Zoom is okay. All right, here, but going away.
Hey, Ben, before you jumped on, we were just discussing some of the CDC side have fairly hard cutoffs at 5, but Aaliyah and Leah looks like maybe can go after 5, but Dave, Carissa, a few of us are going to be off at 5.
Okay. Well, it looks like we put most of the action item type things at the beginning that would have the most questions for staff, I would guess. But
Yeah.
thanks for letting me know. I'll do my best to, it's a pretty dense agenda today, so it may take a little while.
Yeah, totally.
Ludmilla, you made it over, yeah? Good. Mary.
We just need one more for quorum. Looks like we're at 7.
There's Margaret. I think we're good in a second.
All right, yeah, that does look like we have at least 8 right now. So welcome everybody to the October 27th Continuum of Care board meeting. We'll bring the meeting to order. As always, we're using our Zoom webinar format, which provides the greatest security features for public meetings. It helps ensure we have a safe space for all of our members and partners. We realize it may feel a little less inclusive because you can only see the board and staff, but there will be time for public comment on each item, and non-members can raise their hand and staff will unmute you and alert you when it's your turn to speak. We've disabled the chat feature to be in line with Brown Act guidelines. However, if you have any technical difficulties, please reach out to Madison Murray. Her email is right on the slide on the screen right now, and she can help resolve any technical issues. When you, if you're a member of the public, if you could please spell out your whole name and organization on Zoom so that we can record people's attendance for COC membership purposes. All right, Leah, I think we can do roll call.
All right. Ben Leroy.
Here.
Jenny Lynn Holmes. Kelly Kuykendall for Tom Schwedhelm. Not yet. Kevin McDonald. Chris Corsi.
Here.
Chuck Fernandez.
Here.
Angela Struckman. I see you. Bill Carter. Maybe. Margaret Slyke.
Here.
Thank you. Ludmilla Babe.
Here.
Cheyenne McConnell.
Here.
Elena Wall.
Here.
Thank you. Don Schwartz.
Here.
Stephen Sotomayor.
Here.
Thanks. Lisa Fatu.
Here.
Thank you. All right, Ben, go ahead.
All right. The first item on our agenda today is our consent calendar, the first of which is approving today's agenda. And we do have one suggested agenda change. And that actually relates to the consent calendar. And it's just moving the HMIS policies and procedures and lead evaluation plan from the consent calendar down to the next item for standing committee reports for our HMIS committee. Are there any other emergency items that board members wanted to suggest adding today? All right, doesn't seem so. We can move on.
Ludmilla has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I see Don's hand up as too.
This is just, yes, during the word from the street, I'd invited Victoria Yanis to speak on the steamer's landing issue. So if she could be brought in at that point, if she's available. And then kind of later on, maybe during a public comment, I've also reached out to Councilwoman Sasso about a tiny home issue. But if she's able to come, that would, I think public comment might work for that. Anyways, thank you. If that's okay, will that work to let Victoria in at that point?
Yeah,
in the agenda.
Could we, yeah, if she raises her hand for public
I'll still
comment.
introduce the segment. Yeah, and then we can go to her. Thank you.
Sure, yeah, we can make her the first public commenter when you're done, Ludmilla, for sure.
Or,
And then Don.
or bring her in, yeah.
Yeah, I guess this is partly a question to Dave, but I was contacted recently by the mayor of Sebastopol regarding the project that we approved for SAVES recently for the ESGCV money. And potentially Sebastopol is a viable location for that when others may or may not be, but they're running into problems with the deadline that we set, I believe November 2nd or something like that for site control. And so I'd like to see if we could add that on the agenda. I believe it qualifies as an emergency item because we found out about it less than 72 hours ago and may require us to adjust the deadlines that we previously established to allow this project to be viable.
Okay, I think perhaps we can take care of that right after staff report. I'm going to make a little note here to add it in as long as the board approves it, Don, just so I don't forget. All right. And so for our next consent item, it's approving the minutes from 9/22. Do we have any suggested corrections to the minutes from September 22nd? All right, seeing none, we also have our minutes from our special meeting on October 7th. Are there any suggested corrections to the minutes from October 7th? All right, seeing none, the last thing on our consent calendar is approving an endorsement of the Regional Impact Council's Regional Action Plan goal of reducing unsheltered homelessness by 75% in the 9 Bay Area counties. And I just wanted to add some context that all we're doing, we've been requested by the Regional Impact Council, who came and did a nice presentation on the Regional Action Plan for us a few months ago. And they did ask us to just endorse the overall goal of reducing unsheltered homelessness by 75% in the 9 Bay Area counties. We're not necessarily endorsing the plan as a whole or every single tiny little aspect of it. And this doesn't actually require us to do anything. There's no ensuing actions that are required of us for supplying this endorsement. It's really just endorsing this goal, and that is it. However, if we do endorse it, if we do want technical assistance from the Regional Impact Council or All Home in the future, we could potentially request that technical assistance. Yes, Supervisor Coursey.
Actually, I can wait until we're done with approving this, but I do want to make a comment on that, on the Regional Impact Council.
Sure. Would you like to do that when we do discussion for the motion?
I'll wait until after the vote.
After the vote, okay, no problem. All right. So with that, I think we can go to public comment. Anyone from the public would like to comment on the consent calendar, please raise your hand and staff will unmute you and alert you when it's your turn to speak. I'm not seeing any hands. Are you, staff? No. All right. So then I would entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar with the adjustments to the agenda. The first being to move the HMIS policies and procedures and the lead evaluation plan into the next item, the committee updates, and to add Don's suggestion on the ESG CV item, which we would add right after staff report. Would anyone like to make that motion?
I motion to approve that.
Sure. And just to be clear, we're approving the whole consent calendar, but those are the only alterations. Can I get a second?
I'll second Ben.
Thanks, Chuck. Any further board discussion?
Can I just ask really quick on the timing of where the HMIS committee would fall? Because I'm just hoping CE can still go first, just from a personal timing issue for me.
Yes, yeah. The way it's put on my annotated is lived experience, then coordinated entry, and then HMIS after that.
Okay, great, perfect.
All right. Any other board discussion? All right, let's go to a roll call vote, please.
All right, approving the consent calendar. Ben Leroy,
Approve.
Jenny Lynn Holmes,
Approve.
Kelly Kuykendall for Tom Schwedhelm,
Approve.
Kevin McDonald,
Approved.
Chris Coursey,
Yes.
Chuck Fernandez,
Approve.
Angela Struckman,
Approve.
Bill Carter,
Approve.
Margaret Slyke,
Approve.
Ludmilla Babe,
No objection. I think that's approved.
okay, Cheyenne McConnell, Elena Wall,
Approve.
Don Schwartz,
Approve.
Steven Sotomayor,
Approve.
Lisa Fatu.
Approved.
Consent calendar is approved.
All right, thank you, everybody. We'll move on to our second agenda item, which is our standing committee reports and actions. We do
Mr.
anticipate this
Chair?
being a very, oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Coursey. Yes, I forgot you wanted to make a comment on the regional action plan.
Thanks. And I'll make this brief. I just wanted to report to the board because this was brought up in our discussion with the Regional Impact Council representative a few meetings ago. I was invited to serve on the steering committee of the Regional Impact Council. I would love to accept that invitation. However, their meetings are in direct conflict with ours for at least the next couple of months. And I was not able to ascertain if that was going to change. So I respectfully declined, and I just want to let the rest of the board know that.
Thank you, Supervisor Corson. I know we have a modified schedule in November and December due to the holidays, so hopefully that will maybe self-correct come 2022 when we get back to our regular schedule.
Yeah.
All right, we'll move on to number 2, which is our standing committee reports and actions, and we do anticipate this being a very lengthy item, so we'll get started. We'll start with our lived experience advisory and planning board, and Andrew Kufo will lead this report.
Good afternoon, everybody. So the lived experience and advisory planning board prep group is currently deliberating and trying to come to a consensus finalizing the LEAP application. So with this process, we've already composed and designed an application, and we have a meeting which will be happening on this Friday from 1:30 to 3 p.m., which is open to all community members here in Sonoma County with lived experience who are not service providers who would like to play a role and help us decide on what needs to be added or changed. So once that is finalized, we plan to make that open and available. We're going to start outreaching to the community through service providers, through shelters, through the streets, through people who we know who have lived experience. It'll be an open application. During our upcoming meeting on Friday, we'll be going over the deadlines of when we would like to have the interviews for applications to be reviewed and so forth. So it's going to be a pretty hefty meeting, but I do feel that we are on the right course. We are still open to more people with lived experience joining our LEAP prep group, which is the group which is deciding and putting together the selection process. To have people to be on the actual LEAP, which will be the actual group which will be helping to advise the COC on matters of homelessness pertaining to people with lived experience. So that is the process and the point of where we're at right now, and I am open to entertaining any questions pertaining.
Thank you, Andrew. Do we have questions, comments? Yes, Don?
Don, you're on
I
mute.
have a question that ties into the charter conversation later on. It was reported at the charter committee yesterday that this group does not want to be officially affiliated or an official committee or subcommittee or task force, et cetera, of the COC. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So there's really no actions for us to take with this body then because it's not officially part of our structure. By their choice. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ludmila?
Yeah, I want to second what Andrew has said about it being open. We really haven't reached out fully to, I mean, at least not to my satisfaction, into, kind of tribal areas or areas where people, really kind of is diversity as far as the parts of the county, that are not, not centrally located. There's really people who have not gotten the word yet, even though staff has done a tremendous job of putting the word out on a number of different avenues. So really having people who have lived experience continuing to kind of join in is going to be great. And really necessary to the process on an ongoing basis. I really think kind of in the first year of going, we're going to be doing things that are meaningful, but it's going to be really a growing group that people are going to be, 6 months out going, oh, wow, there's a lived experience group I never knew. And so, and part of what we're going to be doing is to get people more connected in with that process. And then since Don very timely brought up the thing of where are we as far as in the COC, yeah, there isn't, I want to say, my sense is that is kind of undecided right now. It could end up going either way. There was in the past an issue brought up as far as Brown Act and how that's applied to the committees. And the nuances of that are way too complex for me to even second guess right now. I mean, I have a general sense of what it is, but I don't want to rehash it right now. So I really do think that is something to be looked at as far as how the structure can best fit in and best serve the COC, and also best have people with lived experience have a voice, and also have that not entangled bureaucratically where they're hampered by the process. So however we can come to that balance is where I want to go. And yeah, so that then and that's all I can say about that. So yeah, please, anybody that does know somebody who would be able to help have a voice, help structure this, give meaningful input. You know, the kind of documents that look at that you need people with lived experience eyes looking at. Please send those people Andrew's way. Feel free to CC me, but I'm not filtering in any way. Andrew is still running the process. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Chuck?
Yeah, Andrew, thank you for the report out. We have 25% of our staff have lived experience. So I wanted to double check that providers with staff with lived experience will have an opportunity to apply for this group. Is that correct?
So that has actually been a major topic of conversation with this group, Chuck. And, you know, it's been a little bit divided, but the majority of people who are part of the lived experience group would feel more safer if it were people with lived experience who are not currently working for service providers. Now, that's not to say that that couldn't change later on, because there has been discussion about where service providers would fit in and being integrated at a later point. But right now, just for safety and privacy and making sure that everybody, you know, has that place of contentment, the group has decided to keep it just for people with lived experience who are not service providers.
I understand. Thanks, Andrew.
Lumila, did you have something else to add?
Well, I wanted to respond to that in particular because Andrew is correct that the majority of the people who have been those with lived experience attending so far, participating, feel strongly about not having people who are providers involved. I feel the other way. You know, as a person with lived experience, you know, helping to advise this board, I really need the input of people who have had lived experience, regardless, even especially those, not especially, but including those who have experience as providers as well. So unofficially, I definitely want to get input from those people as a committee, you know, somehow, you know, even if that's kind of parallel to the people that are the group that is solely those with lived experience and not providers. I'm trying to work that out. I'm really advocating for the inclusion of that. If I can get them included, then I definitely want to hear from them.
Thanks, Lumila. I think it's great that you're looking for alternative ways to get that feedback. Jenny Lynn?
Yeah, thank you, Lamella. Just piggyback on that, is there, I mean, I understand this has been so much work to even get this up and running, but just because someone is working to try to move forward in their life, you know, to have that voice also excluded is also a challenge. So trying to find the right balance of, could we have a separate focus group or a separate conversation with those who have lived experience and maybe are working. I hate to penalize someone for working. That's kind of the hard part. But I also understand the challenge on the other side. So I certainly understand there's a budget to work within. There's a lot of complicating factors and a lot of staff time, but it may be a way to appease both of those concerns is to have maybe a separate conversation with that group of people so their voices can also be heard.
Thank you, Jenny Lynn. All right, and I'll take one more, Elaine, and then we'll move on because we have a bunch of action items here.
I guess this is just a question for Chuck and Jenny Lynn. I would think that the service delivery community is represented through their membership on the COC. And so I'm just trying to get a sense of that because I feel like we've done a good job of having nonprofit leaders represented here. And so my understanding of Andrew's work is really to lift voices of people who maybe don't have that direct access point. And then I just also wanted to say thanks to Andrew for all the work. I know it's hard work and important to build those relationships in the community. So I appreciate hearing about it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to our Coordinated Entry Advisory Committee update. I believe Jenny Lynn will be leading this item.
Yes, so we have two action items that we want to talk about, predominantly around the area of coordinated entry RFP, the outcome of that, and then also the emergency shelter standards. So they're very interwoven, so I'll try to keep them as separate as I can, but I do believe that the recommendation coming from the Coordinated Entry Committee does have these kind of brought together. So, so first and foremost, the request for proposals, we released the RFP for the new coordinated entry system operator. No responses were received. We do have an alternative option that we discussed in our previous coordinated entry committee that we would like to get this board's recommendation on. The shelter standards, we also have approved a draft of the emergency shelter standards, and it's here today for hopefully formal approval and adoption. There's contingencies that we came up with in there as well. And then the emergency housing voucher program is the other big area we're working on. No action necessarily needed here, but this is kind of the status update for the group. So I want to kind of spend most of our time, I think they will be discussion topics on the request for proposals and the shelter standards. So, so let's talking first about the request for proposals. So we, the Catholic Charities, as many of you know, is the current operator for the coordinated entry system. And we've been having some conversations with the CDC, and given kind of our internal needs and kind of the start and stop of this program, we are asking to work towards a timeline where we are no longer the operator as of March 31st. So with that setting the stage, we asked the Coordinated Entry Committee to have some conversation around what that would look like. One of the other recommendations that we've talked about is if we could, on January 1st, switch over to the housing only referral system. That would greatly help the current staffing levels that Catholic Charity has for coordinated entry so that we can continue on through March. Just so everyone's aware, because of some of the starts and stops of when we would or wouldn't be continuing as the operator, we haven't been hiring staff because we have not been wanting to just hire staff to just let them go. So that has put us in a very low staffing situation right now. So, so our recommendation is that we on January 1st would move to a housing only referral system. At the same time, we would implement the emergency shelter standards, which are before us for approval today. So those are kind of interwoven with one another. The other recommendation that the group would like to see is having the County of Sonoma put in, and this was kind of original discussion since we didn't get a response, having the county put forward a response to our request for proposals. We didn't want the request for proposals to go to the sidelines. We did put a lot of work in there of the things we would hold as expectations, the things we're looking for, and we would want something to respond to rather than just defaulting to the county. So the recommendation from the committee is to ask the county to put forward a response to the request for proposals, probably through, I think the IMDD team is what they've been looking at, and Dave can kind of jump in there if I'm misspeaking. So that's our answer for the request for proposals. And again, I know that's a lot of detail, so I can summarize it again because there's a lot of moving parts. The second piece is the emergency shelter standards. As I mentioned, we are proposing that those are approved. We went through a very extensive process, both at an ad hoc level and at a committee level, back and forth iterative on these emergency shelter standards. I would say many of the shelter providers were in those rooms, had those conversations, and we would like to recommend them for approval today. The caveat that a group of providers, both outreach and shelter, would meet over the next couple months to discuss implementation of these emergency shelter standards. Again, working towards the January 1st timeline where we would move to a housing referral system with the new emergency shelter standards. So it's a lot. It's all very interwoven. It's both of these kind of parallel tracks, these big things we've been working on in this committee coming together. And so I don't know, Ben, if you'd like to take it as probably as two separate items, but they are very interwoven with one another, which is why it was hard to totally separate them.
Yeah, absolutely. Why don't we start with the coordinated entry RFP
Great.
and the update that Jenny Lynn provided for that. Let's start with board questions and comments. Elena.
So not to put you on the spot again, Jenny Lynn, who I admire and respect, I would just love to hear your perspective on why there isn't interest in the contract. And I think this is a huge issue for us as a COC, and we want to make sure that that is in place. And I know from a contracting standpoint with the county, there's a long lead time. So just would love to hear a little bit more from you as somebody that's not a service provider and still learning.
Right. Yeah, I'm happy to give my 2 cents, and Lisa's also on this committee, and others, from staff and such, if they have additional insights or information, and the couple of providers I engaged with, I think there's 2 major issues. One is this conflict of interest problem that we just have across the board, which is part of why we want to be exiting out of it is, we don't want to hold a perception of any conflict of interest as a provider as well as a referral receiver. So that's, I think one there's not that many options in our community for that right now. The other thing I think is the amount of funding that's available for it. At least I heard that from one person that I was engaging with, or one organization I was engaging with, is that the funding wasn't necessarily enough to meet what they felt the scope was. So those are kind of, again, it's all anecdotal. There is no data behind any of that. That's just what I have heard in my comings and goings. And I don't know if there's others that have been involved, like Lisa and Dave, who have any additional insight on that.
Nope, that's exactly what we've heard too. Just having public comment and certain formats of having conversations throughout. The service provider that's basically the 2 biggest issues.
All right, thank you. Chuck.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think Jenny Lynn answered my question. I keep on hearing it's a funding issue, Jenny. And has the committee ever thought of adding more money to that RFP? Because I think that's been happening for a while.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really have the ability to say we could add money or not, but maybe it is a discussion we want to have as a continuum of care board, or the county wants to have those conversations of maybe some of the upcoming HAP funds or other things that would allow it to be better funded, that would allow for more diversity of services or diversity of proposals or people wanting to come in. I just think, we're in a weird spot because we've been kind of holding on to it for a year and a half, and we might need to have an interim option while maybe we look for our longer term provider.
Yeah, Dave, did you have something to add?
Sure. I think one of the fair criticisms of were the county to propose on this one is the county could both propose and say, oh, by the way, we need more money to do this, and we'd add the money to it to pay ourselves. And so I think this needs to be approached, though, that the county should be a proposer in this. I think there would need to be some additional transparency to that, given what I've heard in the past, just about concerns about who's referred where and when, and were the county to take it over, would the county put its thumb on the scale in terms of referrals? So I think there would need to be a transparency and maybe an advisory role for the CE committee to make sure that this worked fairly. But please know that the county administrator is interested in us making a proposal. But again, we need to make it fairly and appropriately.
Thanks, Dave. I know what I've seen in other counties, particularly with permanent supportive housing placements. There's really a matching process that's done through case conferencing with all the different PSH providers. And so the placement and matching is very transparently done. And it's not just the CE provider making a unilateral decision and saying you're going here. So everyone has a voice in the process, and it doesn't mean you get 100% consensus every time, but it is transparent. Michael, do you have something to add from the staff perspective before we get to Kelly?
Yeah, just 2 quick things. Yeah, I just want to support what you're saying, Ben, about the case conferencing. That I know the county of Marin operates coordinated entry, and that's how they do it in terms of PSH in particular. And also just wanted to note that the primary contract is currently with the CDC, so there is some ease in the terms of county receiving the main contract from HUD. mechanics of subbing that out next year would be, fairly straightforward, no matter who the operator is.
Yes,
Yeah, I
Kelly?
just want to reiterate the point that Dave meant that I forgot in my long soliloquy of jumbleness is that we also recommend that the CEA committee has some oversight of this operator, a more proactive role, especially if it is the county, to help with reviewing cases, reviewing, just making sure that conflict of interest is not a worry if we were to go this route. Again, this is all in the theory that we want to see something, react to it, and see if it's what we feel as a board or as a continuum is the best fit for our system.
Thank you. Kelly?
So we all know coordinated entry is a really important component of the front door of our system. And so I think if cost is an issue, then, and I know resources are always constrained, is putting the RFP out again an option and asking proposers to tell us what they need in terms of funding to operate a successful coordinated entry program.
I guess it could be an option. I think it was a timing issue with this March 31st date we're trying to work towards and trying to really hold on. So, that would be maybe a staffing question if we could do another RFP process.
Yes, Don?
Thank you. Several thoughts. I tend to support what Kelly's suggesting. If we are going to get a proposal from the county, it seems there's time to get proposals from others and to ask them, what it would cost. I mean, we could end up with the county putting in more money into this, and we could end up with a higher overall cost system because the county tends to be the high cost provider. And I say that as somebody who used to work for the county and contributing to those high costs. So I think we probably don't have time to open it up and for the county to propose. If the county or anybody does propose, I would just draw attention to the amendments we made to the scoring criteria before we released the RFP. We added a lot in there that I had suggested, particularly because of significant concerns about the county putting their thumb and referring people to themselves. It's the whole conflict of interest thing we've talked about. And I would look for those requirements in the scoring to be part of the RFP to help ensure that. I would also expect, and this is kind of to Michael's point, that we would, if we do contract with the county or select the county, that it would be an agreement, a written contract or a memorandum of understanding between the COC and the county. If there's a legal issue, make it an MOU between departments, but I want the provider we can hold accountable. And just as we would contract with someone else to hold them accountable with performance standards, I would expect the same thing with we contract with the county or any government agency or anybody. That would be part of it. And another thought, a little bit more broadly, and this ties into some other agenda items on today. There's conversations on numerous parts of the front end of the homeless system of care. The cities and the county are talking about outreach and should the outreach be done primarily by our contractors as we have now? How does IMDT fit into that? How do the new crisis response teams fit into that, which are serving cities that have about 80% of the homeless population? So we have things to figure out there. The by names list conversation continues and also needs some more work and is yet to be figured out how that's really going to work. The case conferencing that would follow by names list is also a work in progress, doesn't really exist at a regional level yet. And so there's all these front end pieces that are in flux. And what I believe would make the most sense is to look at these as a system because it all is part of a system. And since none of it is really cast in concrete now, that we do an assessment of the whole front end from outreach to coordinated entry to the by names list to case conferencing, kind of all the pre-shelter steps. I see one option potentially to do that would be to hire the same firm that we hired to do the strategic plan, because I believe the procurement process allowed us to do that without having to do another procurement. We'd be hiring a vendor who already is or is going to become familiar with us, so there's less of a learning curve. Although if they don't have the capacity, I believe we could get someone else to do that. And that's assuming we need a contractor to do this. Maybe we could do this kind of work in a few sort of workshops with the right people in the room and the right data. But I would like to see us take a comprehensive look at the front end part of the system of care. Simultaneously, we could do the RFP, or the county could prepare a proposal. I wouldn't want to slow that down given Catholic Charities' needs. But I really think this is a grand opportunity to think about a system which needs to work together holistically. And now we have the chance to do it properly, in my opinion. So that's what I would like to get the board's thoughts on. Also related to that, I think there is room to pay for that work. Alina and I haven't been able to actually connect, but Kaiser was kind enough to offer some financial support for the COC, which was going, when we last tuned into this station, going into the by names list project, which I don't think we need to use the money for that. That work is already happening with the Built for Zero people, so it would be duplicative to hire someone else to do that work for us. And I would like to see that money redirected to a front-end assessment. I know that Reach for Homes has a grant that might be a source for this, and some cities would probably be willing to put some money in to this if necessary. I don't think we're talking about a huge amount. So I don't think the finances are the barrier. I think we're interested in taking that holistic view of the front end of our system.
Thanks, Don. Elena?
So I don't want to take us down a rabbit hole here, but the funding from Kaiser Permanente is very specific and doesn't have flexibility to be changed. So we can talk about it offline, Dawn.
Okay.
And then I just wanted to support Kelly's suggestion about reopening the process. And I was wanting to recommend that we do a letter of intent so that it's not a full application, and that could help just have a quicker turnaround from looking at what resources does a operator need, and kind of get us moving forward. Because I'm again concerned, if we don't reopen it, what are we planning to do, and what is the time frame for that?
Thank you, Elena. So Jen, I think what I'm hearing most of I'm sorry, Chuck, go ahead.
I just wanted to quickly comment. When we talk with our outreach workers, what we often hear is, people in the encampments don't want to come into a congregate shelter. We can't get through to them. The use of meth is really sort of gone wild. And so I think having some system where we look at IMDT, crisis response by names list, how do we reach the people out there? I don't know if you've had a chance to read the November issue of The Atlantic and the article called The New Meth, but it talks about the history of meth and then the impact on homelessness. And that's exactly what our staff were talking about. So I think some sort of system that can address all of these issues, because it's only getting worse, I think to me makes a whole lot of sense. So I just wanted to support that idea.
Thanks, Chuck. And so I think just to synthesize what the thrust of the comments I'm hearing is that people would like to see something released back out. So it's not just something the county can respond to, whether it's an LOI, a shorter, easier to respond to, and potentially including allowing people to tell us the resources they would need to do this work, not just living within that budget, not that we can guarantee that funding is available. And then separately, I'm hearing, from Don and Chuck about these issues that are related to the front line. And we could potentially discuss that during the strategic planning committee updates. I believe that is the procurement that Don is referring to, the phased procurement, where we're looking at how to facilitate the strategic plan and the HAP action plan, et cetera. Well, I'm sorry, Kevin, I just saw your hand right now.
Thank you. It's probably a late hand anyway. Yeah, I totally agree with Don and Chuck's points about the early end of things being so very important. But I did have a question, or I'd like clarification. Are we changing coordinated entry to be less shelter-based, more just permanent supportive housing, and then, because that's, for me, detaches it from that early end stuff. And then secondarily, it was the budget that's being kicked around or being limiting, was that on both shelter and permanent support before? I'm not sure who.
You want to answer that, Jenny Lynn?
Yeah, so the RFP went out for a housing only referral system. So it wasn't for shelter and housing. Now there's this weird nuance with Project Home Key that we're always we're going to keep working through, but there'll always be little one-offs of that coordinated entry, but for the most part, it wouldn't be shelter.
So it's a
So
permanent
it's-
supportive
it's,
housing and rapid rehousing, I believe.
Right. Mhm.
So it's a scaled back program at the old budget, and we're still having difficulty finding a.
Yeah. I think it's the difficulty of the funding plus a non-conflicted member. The conflict, I think, is where I think we are also, those two issues together, I think is getting to us.
Right, thanks.
Mhm.
All right, Michael, did you have something to add before we go to public comment?
Yeah, really, I'll be really fast, man. Since we mentioned home key, we did hear back from the state that there is some flexibility around that as we suspected, in terms of, if there's a home key interim site, and there's an emergency where people, need to get inside, but can't wait to go through coordinated entry, that would be fine, right? It's just that has to be detailed in the plan with the state, so.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Michael. And Ludmila?
Yeah, briefly, I am really glad, I'm really thankful for those who understand the coordinated entry system better than I do, and have worked with it. I do want to say yes, and I seriously mean that. What I want to say is, to me, this whole system does not currently really make sense, and it's not, and it because to me, okay, the world according to Ludmilla here, the coordinated entry should coordinate entry from everybody who wants to get into the system, and that would include people going into shelter and stuff like that. I'm not trying to change the last 3 months worth of meetings or anything like that here, but I'm just saying this doesn't make sense to me. And so I'm just kind of wondering, if it doesn't make sense, is it something that somebody else is going to even be able to do? So there's a possibility that I'm right and it doesn't make sense. Anyways, it's going to take more than a comment to fix that, but yeah, that's all I have to say about it right now. I'm not mad. I'm just making that observation. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Jenny Lynn, did you want to take public comment and then get a motion on the floor and then do a separate motion for the emergency shelter standards? Or did you want to try to get two, an omnibus motion and get public comment on just one large motion?
I think we could break it up in two. They're both complex issues for sure.
They are, absolutely. So let's go to public comment now, specifically on what we've talked about during this agenda item so far, which is the lived experience advisory update, as well as this coordinated entry RFP.
How many minutes do you want, Ben?
2 minutes, please.
Okay.
Let me know when you're ready, Leah.
Ready.
Jerry, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. Jerry. I'm not seeing Jerry anymore. Okay, we can come back to Jerry if you join again. We're gonna have to, oh, no, we're gonna have to come back to this.
Okay. So in absence of public comment, I think Jenny Lynn, the motion we're looking for, do you,
He's
do
back.
you want us to specify LOI versus RFP in this motion that you're requesting?
Yeah, I would just kind of want to add a little comment. I mean, I certainly agree with both Dawn and Ludmilla that this is the strategic plan, and all of this is very interwoven. And if we could really rethink our system from the entry point on, I would be behind full support behind that. And I also want to add, can we go down this parallel process with this RFP LOI thing? And I would ask that we also have the county respond, just so we're not continuing to come back. We can just take all the data pieces at once and see where we're at with the strategic planning, see where we're at with responses, including having the county, so we can evaluate it all together. So that would be the motion. If someone can make it much fancier and prettier than that, that would be the intent of what I think the committee recommends and would work for us as an operator.
Sure. And Stephen, did you have something to add?
I just wanted to say that, I think that makes perfect sense what Jenny Lynn had to say, and I second that. And I'm probably can't put it into a motion as well as somebody else, so.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, Ty, do you have something from the staff perspective?
Yeah, just a question. I'm curious if there is going to be an LOI, if it would be the LOI that was originally put out, or if it'd be a new one. And if it's a new one, who would be responsible for drafting that? I would assume that that would be the Coordinated Entry Advisory Committee. And I'm just pointing out for timeline purposes, they're not meeting until November 22nd. So that would further delay this entire process if they had to review it and approve it, assuming they were able to approve it on that one meeting. So
Yeah.
just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ty. Obviously, this is time sensitive given the, the March 31st, end date of when Catholic Charities wishes to still remain the operator. So I think whether we go LOI or RFP, we want to use what we currently have existing as much as possible with potentially a couple of very minimal amendments regarding the budget and having people tell us what they think it would take to really implement the program as it's described in either the RFP or LOI. Does that make sense to you, Jenny Lynn?
I think that would work. Yeah.
Okay. So
And if we go back to public comment, Jerry is back.
Oh, great. Yeah, let's please.
Okay, every time I go, hey, Leah, are you able to manage public comment on that side? Because when I go back there, I don't see Jerry anymore.
I'm seeing Jerry, but his hand's not raised. But I do see
Oh,
him
okay,
with the
there
attendee.
he goes. Maybe that's why. Jerry, are you
All
able
right.
to?
We seem to have some audio. We seem to have some audio now.
Yes, there you are.
If that works. Thank you very much. Very quickly, as to Don's initial comment about transparency and accountability, whether it be the county or an outside provider, I want to endorse that and second that, of course. My second question is, what happened to the planning about some concept of a county homeless division that was in the KPMG report? Is there any status in that? My third point is to heartily endorse the IMDT as a very viable mechanism for trying to accomplish what we're doing. From other places I read where the IMDT and behavioral health is proposing a PSH cohort. So we have that opportunity. We have I can't say enough good things about the 40 to 45 people who meet every Wednesday morning in the IMDT. And many, if not most of these folks who are also homeless could fit into that, or we could structure something that was appropriately separated if that's needed to be pulled apart. But that process and the means of recording people's status is I think a really good idea. As to the comments about the shelter intake process, and particularly as to how are people going to enter into the shelters now, that's a question for the strategic plan, the front end part of the strategic plan, and I encourage you to do that. That's enough for now. Thank you for being patient with me.
All right, thank you. So I believe the motion that we're looking for then is a motion to reissue the coordinated entry LOI, which was the first step in this process, and a shorter response than the RFP, and that we want to slightly amend the LOI to include some language that we would like people to submit budgets that they feel are necessary to implement the work that we're asking within the LOI, and that we want to make sure that the LOI is being sent to IMDT. Does that seem to cover it, Jenny Lynn?
I feel like we should go with the RFP just because we spent so much time on it and it laid out all of it. I that part isn't hard. It's already crafted, I think. So it would just be on people to respond to it.
Absolutely. The RFP is done with that amendment. It's just the amount of time it takes to respond. Do you have any comments on that, Dave?
I'm just going to say, if the motion would allow us to use the existing RFP that went out, and with a statement in there saying, please propose what budget you need versus there's a restricted budget of X, I think we can address Ty's concerns about getting that out and getting it going.
Okay. So then, Don.
Yeah, I'd like to add a couple things to the motion, if I could at least propose them. One would be that the evaluation, that the additions to the evaluation criteria that we approved at our last meeting be incorporated in the RFP. So it's really clear, particularly on the conflict of interest stuff we already approved, that be included in the RFP, perhaps as an addendum. Leave it up to staff to figure that out. Secondly, I think staff could go ahead and issue the RFP. I don't think we need to bring it back to the committee. Thirdly, that the evaluation criteria for selection come to this board for approval in November. How much are we weighing cost versus service level, et cetera. And fourthly, that we include an option, a request for proposers to express interest in managing other parts of our front end system, including managing outreach, managing the by names list, and managing case conferencing. We wouldn't have to go with them on that, but I'd like to see if folks are interested in managing that entire process for us as part of looking at the system as a whole.
Okay, I mean, so that's a pretty big expansion of the RFP scope. And I do think that'll require a little more work on the time of staff to do that. So I'm wondering if maybe that's something we could approach an operator with afterwards instead of on the front end. Because I think if you want to get this before the board again in November, this needs to go out very quickly. We need to give people, 3 weeks to respond, probably.
3 weeks, right.
So if you want this to come back to the board November.
No, I'm looking for the criteria to come back in November. It's not reasonable to expect the proposals to come back in November.
Okay.
But I think we need to have a sense of how do we want to weigh the factors in selecting a vendor, and would expect staff to provide a recommendation on that. That's standard in the RFP process. So to me, these are separate, but I would like to I'd like us to be able to look at the system holistically. One way to do that is to see if there's a provider interested in managing the whole of the system for us. It's not a commitment. It's a matter of, would you be interested in addition to, submit your proposal. As you submit your proposal, that needs to stand by itself. Would you also be interested in managing other parts of the front end of our system, including outreach, the by names list, and case conferencing?
So I think we can, submit that as a separate question on the proposal that does not relate to the scoring of the proposal itself.
Correct. Absolutely.
All right.
Can Dawn make the motion then?
Yeah, I was going to say.
So yeah, I'm ready to make a motion if you'd like to have that, Jenny Lynn. So to direct staff to issue the RFP that was previously issued with the following changes. No set budget, but rather asking the providers to tell us what budget would be required to provide the level of service suggested. 2 is the evaluation requirements approved by this board previously would be incorporated in the RFP in a way that staff determines appropriate. 3, that it's clear that the selected vendor will be expected to enter into a contract with the COC, and that parenthetically is meant to include the county so that we have some accountability built into the system. 4th, that the staff bring proposed evaluation criteria to this board at our November meeting. And 5th, that as part of the RFP, we ask proposed vendors to express any interest they might have in managing other components of the front end of our system, including outreach, the by names list, and case conferencing, in addition to coordinated entry.
All right, I do see your hand, Bill. But in case we have friendly amendments, why don't we get a second first, then we'll do board discussion. Do we have a second?
I'm happy to second that.
Thank you, Stephen. And Bill?
I just wanted to ask Don, are the last 3 questions yes, no questions, or will the staff need to create an outline for people to respond to?
I think you can frame, I don't think it's a yes, no question. I think you can frame it as a question, somewhat more open-ended. If invite submission of a description or your interest in managing our front end system, and describe what you think that might look like. I think it's more than yes, no. It's a good question, Bill. I would expect some at least brief description of what that would look like. I think yes, no, that you must agree to enter into a contract with the continuum of care, whether you're the county or any other provider. That to me, you have to be willing to enter into a contract. That's pretty standard.
And Don, could that be an MOU as to your previous comment
Some kind of an agreement, some kind of written agreement where we can clearly set expectations. So we're all clear on who's expected to do what it's going to cost, what kind of, how long it's going to take to process placements or whatever the standards are that we want to set. But we need a contract with whoever the provider is, whether it be the county. I just don't see why we would, if we have any other provider, we'd have a contract, and I don't see why we would do it differently if it's the county.
Yeah.
That's my point.
And Ty, did you have a clarifying question?
Yeah, thank you. The RFP that the CEA committee approved already contained evaluation criteria. I'm wondering if that's no longer valid and if we need to redo that.
Well, thank you for reminding me that, Ty. I'll withdraw that part of the motion.
All right.
Thank you.
Don. Lisa?
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to add to anything here. I just have a clarifying question here for Dawn. In your last suggestion, what do you mean by managing those programs? Do you mean like they'll be reviewing them? They'll be like, what did you mean by that?
So, like I said, I think we really need to look at how we manage outreach, operate outreach, coordinated entry, the by names list, and case conferencing, kind of anything pre-placement. And I don't know, frankly, of the best way to go about that. I think we could hire a consultant to assist. Maybe we could do it with some work groups or get a lot of the right people in the room for a day and configure a lot of these sorts of things out. This would be an inquiry to contractors, providers, to determine if they'd be interested in managing all those components of the system. So for example, we might have a centralized outreach approach where the outreach resources countywide are distributed and assigned through a central provider as opposed to doing it in a fragmented fashion that we have now. Would contractors be interested in doing that? Would they be interested in running and coordinating the by names list process and organizing the case conferencing that would follow when we establish our top users? I don't necessarily think this is a brilliant idea. I do think doing an assessment of our front end is, I won't call it a brilliant idea, but I think it's a really good one. This is one way to get at that. We wanted to pull that out and do like a separate contract on our front end assessment with the strategic plan consultant, and then maybe add this scope of something to this contractor. That would be another way to do it. I'd be perfectly comfortable with. But we have this opportunity. We're not locked into anything on the front end with coordinated entry or by names list or case conferencing. Once we start signing contracts with people, we're getting locked in and our flexibility gets really limited. And to me, we have this window of opportunity to be really thoughtful about creating a system, an entire system, not just independent components of it that we then have to build bridges between, but an entire system that works. And that's the opportunity I don't want us to miss.
I think because I'm worried, I don't want to deter anybody that's interested in overseeing or running coordinated entry in any ways. And I also think that you are correct. We have to figure out something, right? So maybe instead of managing those systems, but if we write in something that says like being a part of the process of managing those systems or a part of the process to figure out a system to manage those programs. Do you know what I mean? Just an amendment in that way to not close the door, but to also have them involved in the process. That would be my suggestion.
I'd like to hear what Ludmilla and Jenny Lynn have to say. I could very much live with something like that, Lisa.
Great, Ludmilla?
Thank you. I'm really appreciating Don's really valuable suggestions, and especially if the IMDT system is it's been one of the people who are being included in the RFP. The capacity that they have kind of has to be included in this, so that it even makes sense. Yes, just a slight tweak on the language. What I could support is any interest in helping manage, and then any components, not all, and then including, outreach, finance, whatever list you want to put, just because some providers maybe have strengths that they wish to offer in this area to help manage or help coordinate. But I think it would be a mistake to have one provider have to take on the whole thing, because you get into kind of a monopoly kind of thing where it gets whatever, and I think it's best to have, but I think listening to that capacity that a vendor would be responding with, or provider, whoever would be responding, is excellent, because the more it can be integrated, the better. But I do think that, well, okay, I don't think I need to over explain this, but just that a slight tweak in the language do you have any interest in helping manage, and then any components, not all the components, and then including any of the components, and then including underscore. Okay, wait, the whole list, whatever list you want to include. Does that make sense?
I actually have a different idea, but I don't want to dominate too much, and Jenny Lynn has her hand up, so I'll let Ben.
Sure. And I just want to reiterate to everyone, this is just an additional question, not being scored, that's gauging people's interest. It's not settling anything. No decision will be made. It's not adding another contract. At this point, it's just, does anyone applying for the CE think they could also potentially help with these other components that Don mentioned? Then I'll go to Jenny Lynn, and then hopefully we can then do any friendly amendments and do a roll call vote.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of reiterate this, I am definitely not quite there yet on all of that, one provider doing all of that, because then I think even more conflict of interest to come, but I don't think it's bad to just gauge interest, and it's not going to be scored. And I think we should just keep reminding ourselves that this is just a data point for us as we move towards the strategic part of the planning, which there will be a lot more conversations that will need to be had about all of those different topics. So that was my kind of thing. And I think that, I feel as if the CE committee would feel comfortable with that. I can't totally speak for them, but being so involved with them, I think they would be comfortable with that. And I think we as the operator would be comfortable that there is some progress being moved towards that March 31st date. My only thing that I want to clarify is, would the county be putting in a proposal at the same time? Because I just don't want to get to another RFP, have no more responses, and then have to ask the county to do it again. I'd like to do it all at once. So I want to make sure that's clear in there, that we're asking the county to also respond while we're asking for other providers to respond.
Yeah, Dave, is it your understanding that the county would respond to this RFP this time around? Okay, I'm seeing a shaking of the head. Okay.
Perfect.
Lisa, did you want to offer your friendly amendment to Don, or no?
No.
Okay.
I think that, okay, go ahead, Don.
Let me change my motion to respond to Lisa and Milla's comments and some of the others. So here's what I'm going to suggest. In one motion, let's leave the additional work out. But let's just say staff to issue the RFP again with no set budget, requesting proposers to submit budgets that they think are sufficient to do the work. It will include the evaluation requirements that we've already established, and then notice that a contract will be required. We could do that as one motion. I want to come back to the other issue. Let's just do a separate motion on that if we could. And let's get this taken care of and then move on, not overly complicated.
All right, is your second motion going to be about the RFP and what needs to be included in it?
Ben, I'd like, let's go with this motion and get the foundation set, and then we can talk about what we might do after that.
All right, do we have a second?
Oh, I'll continue my second.
Thank you, Stephen. All right, let's go to roll call vote.
All right, Ben Leroy,
Approve.
Jenny Lynn Holmes,
Approve.
Kelly Kuykendall for Tom Schwedhelm,
Approve.
Kevin McDonald,
Approve.
Chris Corsi,
Yes.
Chuck Fernandez,
Approve.
Angela Struckman,
Approve.
Bill Carter,
Approve.
Margaret Slyke, Ludmilla Bade.
Okay. I would approve this with the additions that Don was suggesting. I realize those aren't okay, but I'm not comfortable with it without those additions. That's where I'm at. I don't know how to score that on a yes or no.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say oppose for now.
Okay.
Cheyenne McConnell. Approve. Elena Wall.
Approve.
Don Schwartz.
Approve.
Stephen Sotomayor.
Approve.
Lisa Fatu.
Approve.
Okay, so the RFP will happen.
All right. And then Don, can we quickly do the second part of this? Because we still need to actually get to the shelter standards and then all the other committee updates.
I don't know how quickly we can do it, but we can, make a shot at it. So here's a related approach, but a little bit different one. Particularly if staff is supportive of doing this, and looking at you, Dave, in particular, that we embark on a separate assessment of the front end components of our system, whether we do it with existing staff and contributors from the community, or if we can contract with either the strategic plan consultant or another consultant to help us do that work. So that would be one piece of work. And then we ask in the RFP, we notify people in the RFP, the vendors, that we are doing this front end assessment, and ask for an indication if they would be interested in supporting the outcome of that work, should it lead to additional opportunities for them. So for example, if we want somebody to manage the full outreach program for us, then we're getting an indication that vendors are willing to provide more than just what they're just coordinated entry. So I'm sorry, Supervisor Corsi.
I'm sorry, this feels like it's going beyond the item that's before us on our agenda. And if we want to direct the staff to bring something back that's a little more baked than this, instead of doing it on the fly, I'd feel a lot more comfortable with it.
Understood. Kevin?
Yeah, and looking at Don's proposal, I like the concepts and everything, but I think staff can put a letter of interest into an existing RFP without any guidance from us. I think they can just put it in there as additional flyer, and it doesn't need a motion is where I'm on that. And then the other elements, I think I'd be more comfortable if they came out of the strategic plan group as to how to pull the strategic plan together.
And Dave?
I know that Cheryl Bratton has asked me to, along with Director Rivera, to work on the front door approach to our system. And it's my intent to involve members of the COC board, involve the team at the county from IMDT to the CDC. And so that is definitely on my to-do list in the short term to work on that. So the direction is not necessary. And I say that respectfully because we're going to do that anyway. I do think if you want to talk about this in the context of the strategic plan consultant and say, hey, an assist there or a lift of part of it, that might be helpful. But at least for the purposes of this item, we're walking down that path already.
All right, so I think, let's continue this as part of the strategic planning committee then. And let's move on to the emergency shelter standards. Jenny Lynn, do you want to pick that up again?
Yeah, so emergency shelter standards. So, again, some of this is driven, it's all interwoven, but our goal in the emergency shelter standards is to focus in on creating a standard to all how we do shelter intake, especially in light of the coordinated entry system becoming housing only referrals. So the shelter standards will now guide all shelters that receive funding through our funding sources. And the big thing we had to tackle was the intake process. And we wanted to make sure that there was still some equity among how people are able to get in, making sure we save space for true emergency needs, and also making sure that our most vulnerable don't go getting unserved, which was the big impetus behind coordinated entry, is to have equitable access and equitable assessment. And so that's what the standards group really wanted to focus in on. So you'll see that reflected. The big shift is that shelters will be responsible for managing 75% of their shelters, of their shelter beds, and then 25% will be for the most vulnerable, referred from outreach teams and other emergency service providers. So was an important component to the group. There's a lot of other little changes in there, again, to create consistency among the emergency shelters, but that was the real focus that we spent a lot of time on. One of the other things is we felt that some of this stuff is going to require implementation, a pretty great implementation discussion. And the commitment from the group was to spend November and December on gathering outreach and shelter providers to work through those implementation steps with the goal that January 1, we would be ready to execute these emergency shelter standards should the board choose to approve them today. So they are in your packet. Hopefully people got a chance to read them. I'm happy to try to answer questions the best I can. Ty really has led that process, so he's even more knowledgeable than I am. But our hope is to approve these so that we can get the implementation group up in meetings so that we can have the January 1st timeline be met.
Yes, Supervisor Coursey.
Thanks, Ben. I'm really happy to see these standards come forward. I think it's really important that we have a consistency of care throughout our system. Just a couple of quick questions on the readmission clause that's talking about egregious and dangerous behavior. A couple things. First of all, I'm wondering if we have an actual definition for egregious behavior or dangerous behavior. I think dangerous is easier, but egregious is a little mushy. And then it says that agencies will develop their own policies and procedures for determining readmission. That doesn't sound like standardized there. Can you address that?
Yeah, I can try from our perspective, from the conversations I was a part of, and Ty, please chime in too, or I missed up. I think those are some of the things we're looking for flagging from this group too, of do you want this implementation group to more further define these things and or come up with a more uniform policy? So this was a big point of discussion because different shelter providers didn't want, it was really hard to come up with a centralized, we all agreed to what egregious and dangerous behavior was. And it's, given the operations we deal with on a daily basis, it really depends on your staffing levels. It depends on, how many people are in the room at the time. It could be a COVID, dangerous situation. It could be a physical dangerous situation. There was no real way to define it. So it is a little fuzzy for those reasons. At least that's the way the group wanted to bring it forward. It was a big point of discussion and people were not totally on the same page, and we couldn't really figure out how to get something that totally encapsulates it without making it very broad. Now we could ask the implementation group to do more. The readmission policy, some of those things that came up was that some people have different other funding sources and different other conditional use permits and things like that that sometimes govern how their readmit policy works. So that was part of the challenge, is that there are specifics of each individual shelter, sometimes with funding, sometimes with their own internal protocols, sometimes with outside protocols that didn't allow us to really come up with a standard one. But those were the conversations I was a part of. I don't know if Ty, you have other things you'd want to add.
I mean, I think you pretty much covered it. I think that the word egregious has different definitions depending on, like Jenny Lynn said, the staffing or even the subpopulation that's being served. So that was an attempt to give those providers leeway in deciding how they would handle that. And same with the readmission policy for the reasons that Jenny Lynn mentioned.
I can only imagine how difficult it must be to come up with consistent standards across a system that's dealing with different populations of people, that's being run by different organizations that have different organizational cultures. But if we're going to call it a standard, it should be standardized. People should know. I mean, there are a lot of people who, I don't know a lot. There are some people anyway who are familiar with many of these shelters, more than one of these organizations. And I think that for our own sake and for clients' sake, there ought to be a single set of rules that is understood. And I know that's a big task to take on, but that's just my opinion here. On the next page of this, talking about medically vulnerable clients, I'm just wanting to know how we are really taking care of our most vulnerable folks by basically saying that shelters will make every attempt to serve all. who are the arbiters of this? Where's the overall kind of appeal process, or just judgment making process? So we're not having people, as they say in the medical world, turfed to different places.
Yeah, I'm actually really glad you brought this particular one up. This is a huge struggle as a shelter operator. This is, and this was this has been something that we have really noticed also as the coordinated entry operator, as well as a shelter operator. There is a part of our community that is going unserved because their medical needs are too great for a non-medical shelter setting, like the shelters we operate, but are not necessarily medically vulnerable enough to be in a skilled nursing facility. And so there is a real gap here that we need to address as a continuum. And I definitely hope that this can be, looked at in the medical or in the strategic planning. So I want to say that this is not the ideal state, but it's the ideal state given the staffing levels we have and the funding levels we have for shelter. That the ADL piece is really challenging when you have maybe one staff person on and in the middle of the night, and you have somebody who's not able to control, their ADLs, and we can't get a medical provider on site because of a variety of other reasons. And it's a danger to them, and it's a danger to the others that are living in there. So it was a very big conversation we had, and it is a huge gap in our system right now. I think our coordinated entry team could probably list the names of the people who are in this gap area that we need to address and find a better medical care program that cares for the homeless population. So it's a really hard line to draw to say that we can't serve people who, because we're not a medical facility, and that puts them at risk and puts everyone who's living there at risk, and sets staff up in many ways for failure, because that's not what they're trained to do. It's a really hard one. I don't know if that answers your question, other than saying that we had to kind of hold that line around the ADL piece. And I think both of these pieces we can take back to the implementation group and ask them to further define it if you'd like.
I think I'm trying to put myself in your shoes, and I know it's a tough spot, but it seems like it could be a tighter definition and tighter rules around standards.
I think we can take all of those. I'm going to take notes, and we can ask the implementation group to look at the egregious behavior, the readmittance policy, and then defining this medically vulnerable population.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chuck?
Yeah, I know our staff participated in this, and they're pretty excited about the standards. I think one reason is they're able to do things quicker, intakes quicker, and provide more care along the continuum of care, not just those with high VI SPDAT. So I think this is a very good thing, and we're fully supportive of it.
Thanks, Chuck. Margaret?
I was just going to chime in and say that, I can see where the comments are coming from as far as consistency goes, but because everybody's human, I think it gets a little tricky to really put hard and fast rules in, because we all share shelter space and our participants share that shelter space. And there might be something that one participant will do at, say, Reach for Home's winter shelter, and we have a relationship with that person. And so we'll be able to feel safer and more able to maybe manage that situation, as to where if maybe they were at COTS or at somewhere else where maybe, and you can flip it the other way too, where we just can't. And so to say hard and fast, there could be a couple of, you can't be violent. There can be some real high level rules, which I think we all would agree to. But if you get down to the nitty gritty, sometimes, especially when it's a congregate shelter setting, one person can really upset the whole dynamic of that room that night, and you have to make a decision, and it's not consistent. It can't be. So just that insight.
Thank you, Margaret. Lisa?
Yeah, I was part of the group for the shelter standards, and I just wanted to bring up one other point. was a lot of us are under different conditional use permits and have different regulations across that we have to follow with good neighbor policies and different components like that, that it's hard to figure out where everybody can follow and still operate their shelter and still provide all the service and still abide by your conditional use permits or, you know, whatever it might be. So it was written in that way that there is some sort of standard that we are following. And then the other point that I wanted to bring up was that housing first principles is our guiding principles, and they've been our guiding principles since housing first came out. And you know, I think it's just a good clarifying point for all of us to know is that all of our shelters operate under a housing first modality. And with that, you know, is that it's client centered, and that if you are not accepting somebody into your shelter, you have to explain yourself on why you're doing that. And we have to report out why they're not allowed to come in or what we did to help provide service, even if we couldn't give them the shelter, you know? So I just wanted to bring up those other points too.
Thank you, Lisa. And Ty, did you have something to add?
Yeah, just going back to the question, one of the questions Supervisor Corsi had regarding those medically vulnerable clients, he had mentioned an appeals process, and that is in the standards on page 13 under the grievance procedure. It states that anyone can appeal a decision of it that impacts shelter participants, exits, extensions, etc. So if somebody were exited for that reason, they would have some type of due process or an appeal.
Thank you, Ty. And then we'll go to Kevin in the middle, and then we'll bring it back to try to form a motion and do public comment. Kevin?
Thanks. Yeah, I really appreciate the committee's work and see how timely this is as we go away from coordinated entry to shelters and how this has to substitute for that. And I do like the idea of refining the vagaries or you know, broadness as time goes on. If we can continue to improve those, that'd be great. Update the standards, that kind of thing. My question is more in the shelter intake category. It says 25% shall be maintained for, and I'm just wondering what that looks like to a shelter on a daily basis. I mean, are they vacant of 25% until called, or how do you maximize the use of a shelter when you're trying to maintain a vacancy at the same time?
I think Ty can answer, but the intent behind that was to make sure that our most vulnerable still had a place to be. And that was the whole idea behind coordinated entry for shelters, was we didn't want the most vulnerable who can't self-advocate, as well as someone who is less vulnerable, to be left out of the system. So we wanted to make sure that they still had set aside placements, and they'll be handled on a first come, first served basis. So, you know, for someone like us who has a 213 bed shelter, 25% is a bigger chunk, but someone who's a 10 bed shelter, that's only going to be 2 beds. So, you know, we'll probably have more flow back and forth, but other shelters, it would be a lot more manageable and smaller. But the goal was to make sure that we still had a place in the system for those that maybe aren't as capable or able or confident or wanting to self-advocate as others might be able to. We just didn't want that to happen.
Yeah, I love the goal on that. It's the practicality I'm concerned about. I mean, I could kind of support more like every shelter 2 bed or 1 bed, or you know, a maximum of 2 bed per shelter, something that wasn't 25%. And so my question is, do you hold vacant 25% of the facility, or how does that practically turn out?
So if I think I can address that. So currently with the coordinated entry referrals, beds are sitting vacant at numerous shelters because vulnerable individuals struggle to navigate coordinated entry and to get to the proper shelter, and then go through those procedures that those shelters have, which are going to be different depending on the shelter. So there's already beds that are sitting empty, and no, the shelter would not be expected to maintain those beds vacant, but those beds would be designated that a certain that these beds are the beds for the 25% referrals. And as they receive those referrals, when those beds are filled, they have the same time limits that any shelter bed would have. So they might be there for up to 180 days. So obviously that bed would be occupied during that time. The other thing that this allows is it does give space for shelters to take in individuals who are exiting from institutional settings or from a hospital, or if there's an encampment, that it provides place that people can be immediately placed into a shelter without having to navigate a waiting list. So it was an attempt to recognize the issues that the shelters had before coordinated entry, which was long waiting lists and having to navigate multiple waiting lists. So this is a way to try to remove that barrier and keep those beds filled, because they're not being filled in the current system, and also have a way for those who can't navigate those different systems to be able to access those beds.
Right. I love the goal, and I recognize that it's in response to a past problem, but I don't see how a shelter couldn't just have to, how they could violate this by filling those beds. And yet we need those beds for folks. There's folks who could fill them if they weren't. So is there a way we can put in this language, this 25% language, that that each shelter is more encouraged to utilize these if, needs be such in their community? I mean, and I think right now in our communities, we have emergency need. And if we can't get placements from into the shelters from the outside organizations, the shelters ought to be, liberated to fill 100%.
So Kevin, if I could just comment real quickly. So
Yeah.
just so everyone knows, these are emergency shelter standards that are required by ESG for shelters that are funded by ESG. And of course, other funders can certainly require that shelters abide by these standards and if they're not receiving ESG funding. But the reason why emergency shelter is exempt from coordinated entry by the ESG regulations is because it's considered an emergency service. And it's supposed to be taking in people in emergencies from emergency services such as law enforcement, such as the hospitals. In this case, we've expanded that for outreach teams that are serving, the most vulnerable in encampments and things like that. And so there is a logical reason for it. And I can just say in all of my work with the hospitals, the constant refrain is they cannot get people into shelter, that the coordinated entry process is too convoluted, and that they're discharging people to the streets that need to be going into shelter beds. They're not people who qualify for recuperative care. They're not that acute, but they do need a place to rest while they're recovering from whatever brought them to the emergency department or to be hospitalized. So I have a feeling that these beds are going to get filled. There may be some vacancies here and there, which may be a good thing so that we can fill them with the incoming. But I would say let's not assume this is going to be a problem before we actually experience that it is, because everything I'm hearing from emergency services is that they need these beds and they're not able to access them right now. So I'm actually really curious as they go into the implementation planning is what the procedures look like to ensure that there's an easy process to facilitate getting people into those beds that's much quicker than coordinated entry is now, since that system has not been working for emergency services to date.
Right. I agree. Removing coordinated entry is the key part here. Coordinated entry has had a burden of getting people to beds. And so that's been hard on the shelters in that, and then it's blamed. Why is the shelter partially vacant? That makes no sense when there's somebody, and all homelessness is an emergency. All homelessness should have access. Some have higher needs, and I agree with those things. But there's got to be a way to say we're not holding beds empty that we're trying to fill every night with the most vulnerable.
Right. I think the problem is the less vulnerable have fewer barriers navigating the system and getting into shelter. And so if we don't withhold some beds for the most vulnerable, our shelters will fill up first come, first served with the least vulnerable. And then we will not have those beds for those who truly do need a bed. So I think we do need to come up with a happy medium where both populations are represented. And I think, you can argue on whether 25%, 20%, 30%, what the right percentage is, but I do appreciate all the work the committee did on arriving at what they did. It's half of what it is now. They went from 50% coordinated entry most vulnerable now to 25%. So I think it's a step in the right direction and still provides hopefully enough beds for our most vulnerable, but we can always course correct as we go. It doesn't have to be the final answer just because we choose to approve these standards today.
Right. Looking at the vacancy will be the key metric. Looking at
yes. Yeah. Vacancies and I'll just say having a few vacancies here and there is not the end of the world. If 25% of the beds are vacant every night, that's a problem. Ludmila?
Hi. So, yeah, on the standards for egregious medical and readmittance, I'm going to say, as a person who's tried to find to get in, I'm going to say I would be much more comfortable with not the same each place you go. Okay, because there are differences in what clients need. I had different needs than the people on either side of me. And what can be provided at a center is different. Like sometimes for some situations you need people who are trained in certain types of things, whether and it's not possible to have that training. It's not practical anyway to have it, everybody be fully trained in everything. And for those people who could fit in one place but not in another, it's really important to have that space. I mean, egregious could be somebody uses a slur against like a LGBT slur of some kind, and that could be horrifically triggering to like another resident, for example, and that could be like an egregious violation of what they need for their healing in one scenario. In another group of people, and that might be in a certain shelter or a certain part of a shelter. Anyways, I think, I could come up with different examples, but I think most of you know what I'm talking about. What would work as a standard for me is a clear policy that is printed and shared of that facility that says, hey, these are the rules that we have at this shelter. These are the capacities that we have at this shelter. These are the expectations. And if that were shared with me so that I could be part of that process and help maintain those from my end, I would be really happy with that. Or at least that would be satisfactory. And if there is a way to fix it, this is one of the biggest problems with shelter kickouts, and so that is you get these marks against you, and then there's no way to redeem yourself. There's no community service. There's no something you can do to fix it. So I would love to see like a committee of people that are part of that shelter, so that it could, something could go to an ombudsman or a committee of the residents that kind of form the that they could talk it over under with many situations. And that would be standard, that we would know where to go realistically to adjust a rule if that were like inappropriate in a given situation, or to come to an understanding of how to address the situation that had become a problem. So if that were clear, okay, just having clear policies, if that were standardized, that you need to have a policy, you need to have some way to fix it, and have some way to be heard if there's a problem. I think that's when some people get really, really triggered, and when problems get really worse is when nobody will hear you and try to come to an agreement, even if things don't end up being perfect at the end. So hope that helps.
Yeah, absolutely. Grievance and appeals policies are really, really important, Ludmila. Thank you for reiterating that. Elena, I see your hand, but we're running very, very late. So I'm going to ask Jenny Lynn about her motion. And if you want to make a comment during board discussion of a motion, you're certainly welcome to. So Jenny Lynn, in reading through your memo, it looks like there is a recommendation to approve, but there's a caveat about the implementation. And I just wondered if you could walk us through, are we giving sort of a tacit approvement, but they're not fully approved until we review the actual implementation, or how do you envision that?
Yeah, so I think what we were hoping is that the board would approve these standards as a place for them to start, and that the implementation group could then meet to talk about how we're going to actualize this. Some of it is actually some of the things Kevin was talking about. That was a sticking point we had, was how do we, and some of what you talked about, Ben, how do we make sure that we have ease of access for the hospitals and our discharge institutions, and we're keeping those 25% beds filled. We didn't want to get into implementation, but we wanted to at least get the standards approved so that we could give them a goalpost to work towards for implementation. So the idea is that they will meet over November and December to actualize what this looks like in our system for rollout in January. That's the caveat piece.
And then generally, the only question I had on the standards themselves was, Is there any language in there about beds for, as we try to really have housing focused shelter, beds for people who are at the top of the PSH waiting list, maybe they've been issued a voucher but haven't found a unit yet, to have them to have beds so there's some stability there, so their housing navigation services and case management can really know where they are and help work with, again, if they choose to want to be in shelter, of course, have a place where they can be while they're going through that housing search process.
I don't think we had anything specific to that population. Ty, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, I don't think that came up.
Okay, well, I know that's something other communities have been doing. It may be something worth adding into these here to have some beds, whether that's part of the 75% of the 25%, I don't know, but I think having some beds available for those folks if they choose to have them is really, really helpful. We certainly found we were able to house people a little bit faster that way because we could actually know where they were, find them when we needed to help shepherd them to, showings of apartments and things like that. With that, I think we should go to public comment. I'm seeing
Okay, we do have a few hands. Jerry, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you.
Yes, thank you very much. I don't want to spend a lot of time praising all of you, but the nuances and the difficulties that you're all doing, I could second a lot of what you said. But my first point would be that a decent gap analysis will articulate all of these nuances that we're working on, where our missing parts are, and we'll get to that. On page 58 of where the grievance section, I would request that at the second to the last sentence where it says make grievance forms available to clients upon request, please remove the words upon request. You should simply give them the policies, especially in the heat of the moment when somebody's being ejected. They're not going to request the grievance policies, but I think the staff, would appreciate here's a process to solve this. As for the grievance procedures, your next stage will, sort of, if you could do a model grievance procedures and compare each other's grievance procedures, because there should be steps and a warning process. The grievance appeals process needs to be managed by non-conflicted reviewers. I've had personal experience with this where a client of mine, did a horribly misogynistic thing. He got evicted, which was fine, but then he had a 6-month ban by Friday before I even knew what was going on. So there needs to be a better grievance process that actually allows, particularly people who have case managers, to help them recover from the things that they've done. And finally, in terms of the sort of eliminating coordinated entry, I would request that we have a unified shelter entry process, so that I, who have to make referrals, have a really clear sense of what to tell my clients. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Saves. I'm going to unmute you.
Hi, this is Adrienne Lobby, and even though my monitor says Saves right now, I'm speaking only for myself. I really want us to validate that we need transparent policies. One of the most frustrating things is that we all want to get people into things, but we don't know what clear policies are. Some people may not really fit for that place, but we need that kind of stuff in writing ahead of time. So we really have it very clear who takes what for what reason, who kicks people out for what reason, how is it? And I get that it's very intricate and difficult, but the more you can get down in writing, the better for the rest of us and for the system. People do need a road back in when they've been banned or kicked out. And I really appreciate somebody bringing that up. I think that's very important. The set aside beds for the use of the hospitals, law enforcement, and others, this really triggers me because I think our hospitals should take care of people until they're okay. I think we should not give them a way out of taking care of people who are sick just because they're homeless. They should, our hospitals have become more and more overnight stays for everyone, and it's just not right. And the other thing that this is used for is law enforcement to go out and say, yes, we can move you around because we have a bed at COTS or we have a bed at Sam Jones. And again, I think this is schmarmy. It's not right. We don't have beds for everyone. It's clear we don't have beds for everyone. And to say, we're going to set aside 5 beds or 10 beds or whatever, so we can move this whole encampment of people, 20, 30 people, and not have a judge on our back. I really don't think the COC should validate this practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any additional hands.
All right, thank you, everybody. So Jalen, can you articulate the motion that you're trying to, or a motion that you'd like to get a second for?
Yeah, the motion, I think the Coordinated Entry Advisory Committee is looking to see the board discuss is to approve the emergency shelter standards as they're drafted here, to allow the implementation group to meet and to implement these beginning January 1st in alignment with our coordinated entry system moving to a housing referral system. I'm sure I can make it more complicated, but not sure how.
Before we move to board discussion, do we have a second?
And it's Kevin with a second.
All right, and then Kevin, do you have board discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to ask that Jenny Lynn, whether she's open to a friendly amendment to that 25% also include the transfers to permanent supportive housing as a part of its element. And then just as comment, I'd like to see the percentage, it not be a percentage, but as some sort of a geographical equity count. Thanks.
So the geographic equity, could you explain that a little bit more? Sorry.
I'd like to find a solution that doesn't say 25% of a 10-bed facility is the same as 25% of a 300-bed facility.
Oh, got it. Yeah. That's understandable. I think I would accept both of those motions.
Thanks.
Or amendments, the wrong word.
And I'm sorry, how would we codify without the percentage? What are we using to codify the bed counts at a shelter?
And the way I would hear it is that the 25% set aside will also include the permanent housing, people who are right on the placement edge of permanent housing, and that the 25% would ensure geographic equity.
I would like to reduce the 25% to make it some sort of relative measure of some in each area, some for each area, something to that effect. With the goal is to reduce to 25. And I would defer to the committee to hammer out the actual details.
Okay, I think Jenny Lynn, the intention and the current policy was first come, first served, even for the 25%. So they would be accepting referrals from hospitals in every region of the law enforcement from every region, et cetera. So it's first come, first served, right? I don't know if there's a way to.
I apologize. I may have misunderstood that. That would be one that I think we might have to take back to the committee, because again, they have external funding sources that may not allow them to accept just from, that might have complicating factors that we might need to go talk to those specific shelters about if they would actually be able to do some of those things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Jenny Lynn, my intent was not to make that part of the motion. Let's not make that part of the motion, but as comment back to the group.
Got it. Okay. That is doable.
Okay, so then I'm hearing the friendly amendment is let's include people who are high on the permanent supportive housing wait list in that 25%. And then maybe, I don't know, Kevin, did you want to codify that as people in the top 20 or something like that, or just leave it squishy?
I'm not an expert in this. I'll take anybody's assistance that is knowledgeable.
We could ask the implementation group to define that further if you'd like.
That sounds like a great idea to me.
Okay.
Ludmilla.
Add it to the list.
Yeah, I do share the concern that leaving a 25% bed will create a forced opening of space that will allow sweeps to continue, because there are beds, therefore they can go there. And so I'm concerned. I do have a concern about that. Okay, but I do also want to support what Kevin McDonald had said about like not having to hold those open, my thought, I mean, he's already advocated for himself, was kind of have it like, if, have a bit of wiggle room in there. Like, so for example, so if there was space available that wasn't taken by people who with urgent need, that perhaps a phone call could be made or something like that, and temporarily people could be placed. Because I know for me, there's been times I needed someplace to go, and I would have been happy with a night, like, and being able to take a shower, or even a week, and then being bumped by, I would have been happy to be bumped by somebody that had a stronger disability or like a greater need than me. But just being able to get that 1 week off the street, or even like a night, would have been helpful. So yeah, just maybe some kind of coordination. Sorry, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. All right. So Jenny Lynn, I believe did you accept Kevin's friendly amendment?
Yes.
And Kevin was the second, so I know he accepts it. I'm not seeing any other board hands, so I think we can go to roll call vote.
Okay, emergency shelter standards. Ben Leroy,
Approve.
Jenny Lynn Holmes,
Approve.
Kelly Kuykendall,
Approve.
Kevin McDonald,
Approve.
Chris Coursey,
Yes.
Chuck Fernandez,
Approve.
Angela Struckman,
Approve.
Bill Carter,
Approve.
Margaret Slyke,
Approve.
Ludmilla Bade,
I'm going to abstain because I have not thoroughly reviewed them, but I am going to say I'm delighted that there's work being done on this, because getting these published and sorted out has been so needed. Thank you.
thank you. Cheyenne McConnell, thank you. Elena Wall,
Approve.
Don Schwartz,
Approve.
Stephen Sotomayor,
Approve.
Lisa Fatu.
Approve.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you, everybody. I know we're roughly where we would normally take our 5-minute break, but I think we're going to push on a little bit longer given our long agenda today. And the next standing committee update is from our HMIS committee. There's an action item for approved recommended HMIS policies and procedures and the lead evaluation plan. And Daniel Overberry Howland will be leading this report.
Hi, thank you. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay. So hi, the HMIS Data Committee met to begin discussing 2 documents, the HMIS policies and procedures and the lead agency evaluation plan back in August. Both documents were approved during our September 27th meeting. The evaluation plan was not included in today's packet, so I'll only be asking the board to kind of look at and pass the policies and procedures. The evaluation plan will be coming back to the board next meeting, I believe. So I'll just crack on with the policies and procedures. This document was originally approved by the COC board back in February of this year, with the understanding that the HMIS committee do a more thorough review when it began meeting. The committee approved the document with just one minor change, which was in the HMIS fee section. The change does not in any way affect the total amount collected, but rather it adjusts the calculation we use to determine how those fees are split amongst the providers. Historically, we've calculated fees using 5 factors, which were a flat fee, user numbers, bed capacity, client served, and data quality. The change approved by the committee has us replacing those 5 factors with just 2, number of users and data quality. This was one of many options presented. It was also run by some service providers for feedback, and it was the option preferred by all. Folks felt it gave them a little bit more control over their fees, and it makes the process a little bit more transparent as well. Like I said, that was the only change to the policies and procedures since the board approved it last, and the entire document was developed with feedback and input from our HUD TA and was approved as compliant. So we're looking to have this document approved by the board today. That's all I have to say about it. If anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Daniel. Any questions on HMIS policies and procedures and the one change regarding the fees? Yes, Don.
What are the cost implications for the providers? Is it just vary from provider to provider in a modest way because of the change in the formula, or is there anything more significant than that?
No, there's really there's not too much of a significant change for most providers. The change, this year has very little impact to their total costs for HMIS. Going forward, though, they will providers will have a little bit of time prior to billing being generated and invoices sent out, where they can review their user counts and kind of bring them down if they've got users that no longer use the system, which will reduce their costs. And also they'll be able to look at their data quality for their programs and clean things up. So they'll be able to kind of control their fees a little bit more and reduce them to, a level which they couldn't before. But the total amount that we're collecting remains the same.
Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any other hands, so I think we can move to public comment. I'm not seeing any hands from the attendees either. So
I just wanted to add one more comment about this item, just to be clear. One, it's in the HMIS policies and procedures, but two, with our HMIS capacity building grant, it's also included as an updated HMIS fees section within our COC governance charter. Both of those are outlined in the executive summary. I just wanted to make sure that we have both of those items on the table.
Okay, so then this becomes an update to the charter as well, is what you're saying, Carissa?
Yes, because it was included. There's an HMIS fees section detailed in the charter, and that will be updated too. And that was added within our capacity building efforts as a requirement to put the fees section in there. So therefore, it will be updated in the HMIS policies and procedures as well as an update to the governance charter.
All right, thank you for clarifying.
Yes.
Would someone like to make the motion to approve the HMIS policies and procedures as amended and make the associated changes in our charter as well?
So moved.
Can we get a second?
Second.
All right, I've got Don as the motion and Angela as the second. Any further board discussion? All right, seeing no hands, I think we can go to roll call.
Okay, HMIS policies and procedures. Ben Leroy.
Approve.
Jenny Lynn Holmes. Not around. Kelly Kuykendall.
Approve. Sorry, my mute button was weird.
Thanks. Kevin McDonald.
Approve.
Chris Corsi.
Yes.
Chuck Fernandez.
Approve.
Angela Struckman.
Approve.
Bill Carter.
Approve.
Margaret Slyke.
Approve.
Ludmilla Bade.
Abstain. I don't understand this field. I'm not a computer person.
Okay. Cheyenne McConnell.
Approve.
Elena Wall.
Approve.
Thank you. Don Schwartz.
Approve.
Stephen Sotomayor.
Approve.
Lisa Fatu.
Approve.
Okay, they are approved. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. Next, we have our strategic plan update, and Stephen Sotomayor will be leading the report on this item. Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you. I do have some slides for this, so I will. There we go. Thank you. So I will be brief and go through this. That currently in the Strategic Planning Committee, there are 3 focus area work groups that are currently meeting and have been meeting actively and have been doing great things, and really encouraged by the work that's being done. These groups include the Coordinated System of Care, which is focused on, open HMIS and regional approach to housing locator services. That's ongoing. Housing, which is assessing available housing interventions and support services, and increasing income, which is identifying what income is available and how people experiencing homelessness can best access income, looking a lot at safety net programs, job programs, and how those can be integrated. So those are actively working, and I think they're doing a great job of getting off to a start, not only around our HAP action plan, but also around the long-term strategic plan. And that moves us to the next item. That we did send out, as you may recall, on September 20th, a request for proposals for facilitation and preparation of a homeless action plan leading to the development of a countywide strategic plan. We were very lucky to get proposals. And so those groups that are already working, the work will be integrated right in seamlessly with, the selected consultant. We got responses that were received from 4 firms, which was Andrew Henning Consulting, Bischoff Consulting, Health Roads, and Homebase. On October 18th, a subgroup of the COC Strategic Planning Committee met and reviewed these responses. That consisted of Tom Schwedhelm, Stephen, myself, Karen Fees, and then Tom Bieri, who was not present but submitted the evaluation. We used a simple scoring system in this process. Next slide, please. We looked at all the proposals, and I'd like to say that if we could take a piece of every one of the consultant that's proposed and stitch them together, I think we'd have like the world's most robust team. But that's just not how it works, unfortunately, with procurements. And I want to thank everybody that took the time to propose. They were well thought out and well put together. And we appreciate that there's consultants out there that want to work with us in developing these very critical documents. So I do want to make that statement that, it's very encouraging to see that we have that level of capacity out there. But after review, the subgroup recommends moving forward with Homebase, which was based on the following criteria: is that their qualifications and experience demonstrated depth, relevant previous projects were like or similar to what we are trying to achieve. They had a demonstrated ability to actively engage diverse stakeholders, a clear scope of work that outlined what they were going to do and how they were going to meet the timeframes. Their budget was within, was reasonable to the level of work that they were going to put into the project. And then finally, the ability to execute and work within the parameters of the professional services agreement met all the qualifications. But overall, it was clearly, a unanimous decision of that selection committee. The scores provided us with a clear winner in this process. And so we're excited that we can start moving forward on this. And what we're asking today is that we're requesting the COC board approve this recommendation and allow us to move forward and enter into a contract with Homebase to begin this process. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Stephen. If there are any brief questions, we can ask him now, and then we can have a more robust discussion after we have a motion. Don.
I just got 2 questions. One is, I read the proposal from Homebase and it looks solid to me. I'm just concerned that it has 2 trips from San Francisco to Sonoma next year, and that's it for both. And it seems that with COVID waning, knock on something, that if somebody's really going to get to know us, there's a value to in-person communications. And I'm wondering if there's a concern about that, or your thoughts on that.
You keyed in on something that we keyed on exactly in that discussion, and that's for further follow-up. We're going to ask them to reconsider how many visits they'll make up here.
Thank you. Second question is, will the contract come back to the COC board for approval, or is it, how does that process actually work? Or how do you envision that happening? You're muted.
You're muted, Stephen.
Probably have to defer to staff on that procedural process, but I think, we felt like we thoroughly vetted them, but I don't know if they have to come back with the funding amount for us to approve.
Any comment on that, Dave?
No, I think Stephen's right. That's the way that it would work.
All right, not seeing any other board questions. Let's go to public comment on this item, since it'll be an action item, specifically the strategic plan contract and RFP.
I'm not seeing any hands.
All right. So Stephen, would you like to make a motion?
Sure. So I would make the motion that the COC board approve the recommendation of the selection committee of the strategic planning committee to enter in a contract with Homebase to begin strategic planning services as outlined in the RFP.
Okay. And do we have a second before we go to board discussion?
Oh.
All right, I'll take Elena's.
Thank you.
And then Kevin, please. Did you have board comment?
Nope, just a second. I'm glad to see strategic planning happening.
Fantastic. Any other board comments? All right, not seeing any. We can, oh, I'm sorry, Ludmilla, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm just gonna say that I guess I dislike the whole idea of hiring another consultant or doing another study and all that kind of stuff. I'm not standing in the way of it because I want the information. I need the data. And I can't do it all myself. So figure it out all myself. So, but it just is a painful process. It's a painful thing for me to see more money being put in. And one of the things about a study is it delays, the knowledge and the execution. So I'm just making that statement here.
Thanks, Ludmilla. Just to clarify for anyone, I don't believe we're commissioning a study. I believe the strategic plan consultants are going to actually facilitate the strategic planning process, including engagement with all stakeholders. So it's actually to move the process along faster, because I know our co-chairs of this committee, Stephen and Tom, don't have a huge amount of time to be able to put into this very time-consuming process. Supervisor Corsi?
Thanks. Early on, I think it might have been Jerry that made a comment or asked a question about what had happened to the KPMG report's recommendations about restructuring homeless services in the county organization. And I'm wondering if the strategic plan plans to take that into account, or are you creating a strategic plan that will work under any kind of structure?
So I'd be happy to address that, Supervisor Corsi. So that was part of our charge, was to look at the KPMG report. And as we move forward, we realized we needed additional capacity. Now that we're going to have some more support, I think we do take that on. I think one thing that has been expressed and has been kind of at the forefront of our minds when looking at that is to understand the system first before making recommended changes to the overall structure of it. So looking at it from a systematic approach is an ongoing approach, but that still will be something that will be added in as reviewed, because I believe that was a directive of the COC board to the strategic planning committee too.
And the directive being to directly make a recommendation out of this process?
I don't know if it was specific to make a direct recommendation, or rather to incorporate the KPMG review into the overall recommendation. So yeah, I take that back. It does sound like that would be a part of the strategic planning, would be to make some recommendations based upon the KPMG report. And we have not yet stood up, the group within the strategic planning committee to do that, but intend to do so as part of the overall process.
Yeah, I think the board direction of the strategic planning committee was to come up with proposed feedback to the county based on the KPMG report.
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, no problem.
And for me, the more direct, the better. Obviously, the Board of Supervisors has to make the final decision, but I don't think it's, I think it's actually very worthwhile for a dedicated subject matter group to be weighing in on this.
Absolutely. All right, not seeing any of the board hands, I think we can go to roll call vote.
All right, approve the strategic planning committee's consultant home base for strategic planning facilitation. Ben Leroy.
Approve.
Jenny Lynn Holmes.
Approve.
Kelly Kuykendall.
Approve.
Kevin McDonald.
Approve.
Chris Corsi.
Yes.
Chuck Fernandez.
Approve.
Angela Struckman.
Approve.
Bill Carter.
Approve.
Margaret Slike.
Approve.
Ludmilla Bade.
I'm going to say no, but with appreciation for the reasons it's being done.
Got it. Cheyenne McConnell.
Approve.
Elena Wall.
Approve.
Don Schwartz.
Approve.
Stephen Sotomayor.
Approve.
Lisa Fatu.
Approve.
Motion carries.
All right, we're at 3 p.m. So I just want to take everyone's temperature. There is one more item in standing committee updates, but I have a feeling it could be a somewhat long one. So if people would like to take the 5-minute break now, can you give me a thumbs up? All right, I'm seeing lots of thumbs. So we're going to adjourn for our 5-minute break. I've got us at 3:03, so we'll come back at 3:08 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. I've got 3:08. So if people are back at their computers, if you could turn your cameras on so we can make sure that we have quorum before we continue. All right, I'm seeing 8 people with their cameras on, and fortunately Don is one of them since he's leading the next update. We'll resume with our agenda with our Charter and Policy Review Committee update. And Don is going to lead the report on this item. Thanks, Don.
Okay, thank you, Ben. I'm going to go ahead and share screen to walk through the presentation, and that means I won't necessarily be able to see hands raised. So Ben, or if you keep an eye on that and make sure I'm stopping as needed, I'd appreciate it. So this is following up from the last meeting that we had, and I appreciate that we ended up getting direction from the board at that meeting. Let's see, make sure I'm doing that right. Okay, because we were able to make quite a bit of progress since then, and I want to first let you know. Let's see who the committee members are. So the board members who are on the committee are listed on one side of the screen, and the other committee members are on the other side. And all have been active and productive participants. So I think it's made a good process. Our focus has been on election-related sections, in part because our current charter says we have to have an election in December of this year. And those 2 sections are around board composition, the makeup of the board, and then selection, how is the board selected, and then membership, because selection partly is based on who votes. And the prior board direction was that organizations only would have voting rights. And then we have an application process as well, which we'll talk about. The bottom line in terms of timing is that we may be able to hold an election in December per the current charter. We'll bring this back at the end, depending on the conversation. I think it's doable. February may be more realistic, and we agreed yesterday that we should look at March election as our absolute drop dead deadline. We'll do whatever it takes to make sure we conclude our work by then. And then we'll go through this again, and that timeline depends in part on how the presentation goes and feedback from the board. Okay. So the board composition, the direction from our last meeting was to, excuse me, reduce the proposal from 17 positions to 15 on the board. And so the committee recommended to delete 2 positions. One was one of the 3 at-large seats. The second deletion, and that was, I think, fairly close to consensus on that. And the other was to delete the healthcare seat. That was a real close vote, 5-3. The other one that was closely behind that was to delete the second provider seat. And the other options were to delete 1 regional seat or an advocate seat. And so I'll show you on the next slide what it looks like now. And we do want to get board approval to proceed with this or whatever else is the board's favor. So on the one hand, we have the far side, we have the current structure of the board. September board reads the recommendations that we brought to the board in a month ago. The green column is what we're bringing forward now, and the 2 highlighted cells in yellow are the 2 that we're proposing to delete. And then there's the appointed or elected, which indicates how those board members are selected, and then the categories on the right side. So let me just stop there and get board feedback, see if this is something people are comfortable with. And what I'd like to do is, as we go along, or Ben, if you want to handle it differently, we could do it, is to get kind of like we do in committee, like a thumbs up, is this something people are comfortable with proceeding, or do we need to discuss it further? And we can maybe just do if anybody doesn't, no objections, then we can keep moving forward. But I do see Supervisor Corsi's hand up on my screen, so I'll stop there.
Yeah, Don, would you please explain the appointment process for the 4 regional seats?
Yes, then I'll get to that in a moment, but to clarify now, the committee agreed, I believe it was unanimously, that the 4 regional seats would be appointed by the cities from those regions. And so it would be City of Sonoma for Sonoma, and the Valley area, presumably they'd be considering as well. Sebastopol for West County, Toddy and Rohnert Park, the city councils would make an appointment for a representative from that part of the county, and then the North County cities, Cloverdale, Healdsburg, and Windsor, would make an appointment from the North County. How they figure it out amongst themselves is up to them to figure out, sort of work it out amongst themselves. But the mayors and council members considered this, and they unanimously supported both the regional approach as well as leaving the decisions up to the cities within each region to decide how they would make those appointments and to actually make them.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I see Alina, happen to see your hand up? Or now you disappeared from my screen. You're muted.
Thank you. You might have said this right in the beginning and I might have missed it, but did you explain the positions that are being eliminated, the funder, licensed healthcare organization, and the 2 at large?
So we talked through some of this last time, but to go back. So basically, I guess I'd put it this way. If we could appoint everybody or have seats for everybody that we wanted to, we would have a board that was of an unmanageable size. So that's kind of the nature of the tension. I don't think anybody wanted to remove any categories, but to make it manageable at 15, we needed to make some tough choices. And so our process was we went through all of the existing seats. This is a couple of meetings ago that the committee did from top to bottom and essentially prioritize them. And when we got to the bottom, it was sort of trade-offs amongst the second provider, the advocate seat, the at-large seat, number of regional seats, the healthcare provider, and the funder. And the committee ended up with the September board recommendation there with 17, and that included eliminating the funder and also reducing the county from 2 to 1, county staff rather, from 2 to 1 seat, eliminating an at-large seat, and then creating the 4 regional seats. So we kind of took that as the basis for continuing the discussion in October, and that's where we ended up on a very close vote on the licensed healthcare provider, and I think it was not unanimous, it was close to it on the at-large seat, going from 3 to 2. Does that answer your question?
Not really. You didn't go over the criteria that you used for how you decided what you were eliminating. That was, I was really trying to get at, but I didn't know if you had just a brief.
We talked about a variety of different things, and we didn't have any formal criteria. The board didn't give us any, and it was more a sort of a judgment of each of the committee members. And we talked about, for example, somebody mentioned at one point something about which committee members are most vocally participating, most active, or something like that. And we basically said, we're trying to create a structure for the long run. So you shouldn't base the decision, a structural decision, based on any particular individual at the committee, on the board. People will change over time. The structure hopefully will not, at least not as often. So we didn't have anything formal, Alina, where we like weighted points or those sorts of things. It was more a judgment of each committee member.
So Don, while we're still on this slide, I just want to read what Don said. There's so many types of organizations that we would love to have on the board, and it's really impossible to include them all and still have a manageable board. And I know this board wanted to keep the seats at 15, which I wholeheartedly agree with. Having 17 would make it really unwieldy. I did just want to speak up about the healthcare organization's seat and just reiterate that, that is something that HUD is really emphasizing these days, and including points for projects that are collaborating with healthcare organizations, and just want to put in a word for our hospitals, community health centers, and other mental health and other healthcare providers that are really also service providers within this system, and are not obviously HUD funded, but touch these same clients all the time and are a huge part of the system. And the utility of having them on this board, I think just having myself and Elena here has brought that perspective to bear. And just it's unfortunate to see that seat getting potentially eliminated. And I completely understand there's really good reasons for it. And I know we had a lot of people who wanted to keep the advocate seat for really good reasons. I just wanted to point out that the advocate seat is, there's no definition of an advocate. So it's basically open to anyone. So it basically functions as a third at large seat, but it also gives people the opportunity to apply to be a member within 2 seats. So you could apply for advocate and at large, since there's really no criteria of what an advocate is. So like right now, Margaret is our advocate, who's also a service provider, which completely makes sense. Margaret is a phenomenal advocate for people experiencing homelessness, but absence that criteria really just functions as a third at large seat. And I just wanted to point that out during this conversation.
So I'm sorry, I don't see any more questions or comments. I don't know if Ben, if you want to propose an amendment that we would consider, or if we can do a thumbs up on this and see where folks are, and then we can move on to the.
Yeah, are you trying to do straw polls as we go through and then do one motion at the end, Don? Or?
I think this whole thing is a straw poll, and the way we're thinking about or on each matter, or at least if people feel there's a need to take a vote, if there's not pretty ready, obvious consensus, then what we will do is we will take the direction from the board, and we've already actually incorporated pretty much all the direction from the committee into the draft of the charter. And if the board changes the direction, of course, we'll change the charter and then bring back the charter for the board to actually approve formally. But we're looking more for direction, but we definitely see the direction that we get today as this is what we're doing. So it's this decision time is how we're trying to proceed so we can actually bring this process to conclusion. So,
sure. So I'll just let my comments stand, and if other people agree, they're welcome to chime in. And I see Ludmilla has her hand up too, in case you can't see, Don.
Yeah. So just what would happen if I think one of the things that's really bothering me is not having at large people that can more at large. I'd like having the 4. And I'm just wondering what would happen if the largest and second largest homeless providers were not automatically seated, and you just had 4 at large people. I mean, those providers could certainly run. What would happen if it was structured that way?
So just one thing, Ludmilla, the second largest provider, COTS, is no longer automatically given a seat. It's a second provider seat that would be elected by the membership. But it is dedicated. It's another dedicated provider seat. And I think the argument for having providers on the board is they bring an expertise in terms of operations that's important to have represented at the board level. That's really the bottom line. So we would lose that voice, if you will, on the board should we eliminate one or both of those seats.
Yeah, I know. I definitely want providers on the board. That's okay. Just wondering about just kind of not making those 2 automatic. But yes, thank you.
And Elaine, his hands up again, Don.
Ben, I'm just going to let you call because you can see him.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I asked my questions and I appreciate understanding the answers. And just to emphasize what Ben stated about having healthcare representation, I just feel really strongly that there should be representation. And so I would encourage an amendment that includes that.
So my suggestion, Elaine, if you do want to make an amendment or propose something, is to, I would suggest doing it in a motion and
that's fine. This is
what you want to add and also what you would want to delete, because we can't, if we're going to stay to 15, we can't do one without doing the other. And so it's about trade-offs. And so just for integrity of the process, I would just ask that if you want to make a motion that we do it a 2-parter, add and delete.
Well, I thought you were taking a straw poll, so I was letting people know that's my stance. And
okay.
And I don't personally feel strongly about 15 versus 17, but.
Okay. Like I've said, nothing is final until everything's final. So you can try that one again, do that as well. But I guess it doesn't have to be a formal motion, but at least a proposal of, and I would just ask that to be a 2-parter if you want to do, if it's an add delete, for example, or if you want to expand the board back to 17, but clear about what would be added.
So I think, Donna, for me, I would love to have the board consider a 15-person board that includes the healthcare organization and deletes the advocate, not because I don't support the advocacy community, but just because the advocate seat is not defined and is just really a third at large seat.
Okay. So what we've done at the committee level is basically done thumbs up, raise your hand if you want one option, and then put your hands down and we'll raise hands on the second option. Ben, do you want to do that in this case, or do we want to have further discussion?
Oh, yeah, I see Angela does have her hand up.
Thanks. Don, I know you're not going to forgive me for this, but I'm sort of proposing that we add back the healthcare organization and consider taking off the Roanoke Park Cotati city representative, just thinking that there are many cities throughout the county that don't necessarily have a rep, but I feel like with all the other regional areas that we're proposing, it's sort of capturing generally the big regions of our county. And so that would just be one idea, is to potentially take that one out of the regional seats and add it to the healthcare organization.
So let's make that a separate proposal that we consider. And I would just say, Angela, that from Roanoke Park's perspective, that's typical of how the county has treated us historically. We got the 36th health center in the county, although we have the third largest population. We have the third largest population of homeless between just Roanoke Park alone, much less Cotati. And we are not suburbs of Petaluma and Santa Rosa. So we have far more of the population. We have more than Guerneville. We have way more than the Sonoma Valley. The regional seats are really important to the cities. It was unanimous, supported by the mayors and council members to do that. So obviously I don't like the proposal, but I do think we have to allow the opportunity to, to let the committee weigh in if that's what you want to do.
And Ludmilla,
taken, thank you.
Sorry, and Ludmilla does have her hand up. Ludmilla, if you'd like to go.
Yeah, and just so in this format, and thank you for taking this piece by piece, that I do propose eliminating the service providers. I mean, not eliminating them. I do want, but not having those dedicated seats, and having instead 4 at-large seats, and then a separate option would be, I am in support of the 17 member board as proposed in September, kind of with the separation, with the allocations that are there.
And Lisa.
Sorry, always takes forever to find the mute button. I don't know why, it's right there. So I might have missed this, so I apologize, Dawn, and I'm trying to look through your draft. Or you can just fill me in on why it was outvoted, the 17 versus 15, as I feel like everybody's making really good arguments right now, that I'm just like, why did 15 win over 17?
So that was a decision this board made at the last meeting, was to take it from 17 to 15. And I think there were 2 reasons, as I recall, but I invite others to correct me if I'm wrong. One was, you think our meetings are long now, and it's a challenge to, manage a group this large. Imagine increasing it by 2 more, and that was sort of one. And the second was, from a staff perspective, it's adding more adds considerable effort. It is not just adding 1 more person to the email list. There's considerably more to it than that. So I think that captures the rationale that was behind the board's direction last time to go from 17 to 15.
Yeah, I apologize. I was absent at last board meeting, so that's why. But I also feel like the current things that our board is trying to deal with also is a huge reason why our meetings go so long, as we're trying to fix a lot of things in the system that and not repeat our mistakes. So I think that is a huge reason why our meetings go long, and we're trying to create process. So as everybody's making super good arguments here, I'm just sticking out my vote, that my vote is we go to 17. So sorry, that's all. My only out loud thing.
Jenny Lynn?
Yeah, so I just want to provide some historical context on a couple of different things. The first is we have had painstakingly long conversations to get to this point as a committee and as a board. We have done surveys. We have had really tough conversations, like good, but tough. And where I am watching this go is taking all of those really thoughtful hours and hours and hours, and by hours and hours, I mean hours and hours of time we have spent going through this really, really hard process. And so I'm not sure, obviously it is ultimately up to this board, but this committee has spent so much time that it's almost like we're starting over. And that has been my concern from day one, that we need to move on at some point. So that's my concern I'm putting out there. And I just want to make sure people know we're not doing this. This wasn't like, it left and came back really quick. It left, we did hours of research. We've read other charters. We've looked at other communities. We've done surveys to the larger continuum. We've done surveys of our own self. We did our own rate and ranking on our own individual homework assignments. Like, this has been a very, very big process. Of all the committees I'm on, this is the one we've spent the most time on in this particular issue. So I just want to put that out there, that is important to understand. And then I want to address, just because I think I keep hearing this piece, and I want to make sure, Lumila, around the service provider, they're not both appointed. I think you keep thinking they're both appointed as they are right now, and that's not how this is. One is appointed, one is elected. And I also want to just be clear that this current version severely minimizes the number of providers that we have from our current iteration. We have to have that voice. It can't be the dominant voice, but it has to be a part of the voice. And it also has to be part of this moving the system forward. And that was a big discussion we had as well. I also want to just say the appointed seat isn't necessarily an organization. It's who is, whoever holds that largest seat, the largest number of beds, and that can change. That isn't always set in stone either. But having that voice was really brought in. We really struggled on this last one with the licensed healthcare. It came down to licensed healthcare and the second elected provider. Those were the two, I think, that we finished voting on. But that was the recommendation we made, was that the group voted on the second provider staying in. The charter committee did. But I just want to make sure that the whole board knows how much time and energy has gone into this, and that while it may not be perfect, it's at least a place to begin. And I feel really proud about some of the new things we're bringing in here, including having an election of the lived experience advisory group. I'm super excited to see that. The election by the youth advisory board, that's a really exciting thing. Like, there's some really good new things in here, but at some point we have to be able to move past this. And I'm watching us kind of not throw all the work out, but starting over in some ways. And I think that's just a caution I would give the group.
Thank you, Jenny Lynn. Kevin?
Thank you. I really want to express gratitude for all the work that the group has done. It's, changing a board like this is a huge decision, and like so many of the things that are in here, certainly the cities have been saying that they need more voice. It seems like so much of the public asks the cities to be to have all the answers and whatnot, and they feel like the small cities have felt like they haven't been at the table, and there's some geographical equity issues that haven't had a voice at the table. So I'm super excited to see that all. I just have trouble seeing, how we cut. I think we're cutting into the bone now. It's really too much. So I'm with Lisa's comments on a lot of this. A lot of our meetings are because we're doing such impactful work, not the number of people. Maybe the committee got it right in September is kind of my thought.
All right, Don, I'm not seeing any other board hands. How would you like to proceed?
My suggestion would be first to revisit the 17 versus 15, because if we change that, then all the other proposals, I'm not sure are as germane. So that would be my suggestion, is we do a straw vote on that, show of hands, and then go through the other, see where we land on that, and then decide how we proceed. So I think that the way we've done it in the committee seems to work. So if you want to stay with 15, then raise your hand, and and let's count all the hands at 15, and then we'll put the hands down and count at 17 and see where we end up. And I don't think I can raise my hand while I'm sharing, but I would consider, so if somebody, I guess I can if I do this. Okay, so if we could maybe get a show of hands for those who want to stay at 15, please raise your hands. Let's see how many we end up with. Somebody who can see more needs to count.
So far, we're at 6. We're at 6 done so far.
Okay. Okay, let's put the hands down and see where we are on 7. That was 15. And 17, how many want to go with 17? Let's see a show of hands. Okay, all right, okay. So with sympathies to staff, I think that is we're at 17. So if we're going to do that, then I guess one way to think about this is, let's go back to where we were in September with the 17 and see if, let's first maybe bring all the hands down, go back to 17, and Ben, maybe you can facilitate a conversation about the options that we have here.
Well, I think, Don, probably the easiest thing to do would be just to get a straw poll on the September recommendation that we already had for 17 and just see if that is amenable.
Sounds reasonable.
Chris has his hand up, I think, with a question.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. I'm not prepared to vote on the September numbers because I've been concentrating for the last month on the numbers that are here before us today. I think if we're gonna change this much, we need to revisit the numbers that are before us here and not do it on the fly right now.
So I think it's just a straw poll, so we're not making any final decisions. Is that right, Don?
This is one, it affects how we proceed because what seats we keep, and it also depends on how we choose them. So for example, if we go back to at-large seats that are elected, I mean, let me see.
Just let me give you an example. So, staying at 15, I was okay with removing the county safety net department. I may not be okay with that if we have 17 seats. Just one example out of all these.
So the more direction we can get, the easier it is, and the sooner we'll be able to eventually get to an election. If the board's not ready to provide that direction, then I guess we'll do what we can without it, but here we go.
Ludmila?
Yeah, I want to say I completely heard what Jenny Lynn and others were saying about how much work has gone into trying to figure out how to do it with 15. And I hear it, I feel it painfully as far as how much work has gone in. And that's actually kind of one of the reasons that I propose, and that that others I think are feeling that 17, because with 17 you're more inclusive of that. It's if it's so painful to cut it down, like as another person that hears that into the bone, having that capacity, having the capacity to have the people at the table who should be at the table here is super important. And I'm going to say, if you got 17, I'm going to make 2 promises. One is that I'm going to talk less, okay, and that'll help. And I would like to see if there's maybe a quicker way that we could do a vote, on issues, rather than a one by one roll call vote. If we could do like a show of hands, just to kind of figure out ways that we can shorten the time on some of the processes. And thank you. One issue I do want to say, as far as is with the regional seats, should those be appointed or should those be elected? Okay, because I could see in some areas, for example, maybe, kind of Roden Park and Katati, it might, my instincts are that it might be easier to appoint them. But in some areas, such as West County, I'm wondering how an appointment process would be done when you're looking at Sebastopol, Gurnville, and a lot of kind of unincorporated areas, how an appointment would work there, and whether it would make more sense to have an election. And if you're having an election there, does it make, and same with North County, would it make more sense to have an election everywhere? So thanks.
Thanks, Lamilla. Yeah, so let's stick to the issue of 17 and then Don, how we move forward with the 17. And we are running out of time, and I know this is a huge issue that we need to deal with, because it's charter, it's elections, and it sounds like we may not be able to get through everything today, Don, and I apologize for that. We put this early on the agenda to try to mitigate that, but it's sounding like we're stuck on one slide here. So Kevin, did you have something to add? Right.
I may have missed some context that I need for this, and that would be that timeline thing. What happens if we're not able to give clear direction today, or the direction we give today, creates turmoil and we lose time? What does that do for us and changes and elections? And sorry if I missed that earlier.
Well, I'll offer a couple thoughts on that, Kevin. One is there's no chance we'll make our December election date. And I think that's already a little bit questionable, but I question whether we can get one done in the first quarter of next year. Secondly, I would have no intention of bringing this conversation on board composition back to the committee. We have cooked it and recooked it and recooked it, and this is clearly a board conversation, so I don't think it should go back to the committee. Third, if Ludmilla is raising questions that we've already fundamentally decided as a board about, or at least or come very close to deciding and just talking about the margins. And so if we want to go backwards, then we can go backwards. That's what this is doing. And I'm just frankly not sure I want to chair this group anymore if that's where we're going to go. So
where I was going with this is, my preference would be for 17 because it includes things that I think are critical. But it's critical that equally that we accomplish something and not get mired down ourselves. We have to have a December election. We have to have the changes that we're looking for that are positive have to go into place. If you give me my druther between September and October, that's one question you're asking me. But if you're giving me a question of, can we make a change or do we paralyze ourselves? I kind of flip and say it's more important that we get something done and get to the December elections. So, there's multiple questions you're straw polling here, and we got to make sure we're trying to answer the most important one first.
So I think that right now the most important question is we've already given board direction on 17. I think it's deciding on what are those 17 seats. And I know Supervisor Coursey maybe wasn't prepared for that conversation, but I think we need to look at what we see in that column there. And if someone has a suggested change to that, Supervisor Coursey, you're welcome to suggest the change. Jenny Lynn?
Yeah, I wanted to just really quickly also say, as Don mentioned, I really don't want to go backwards on other things we've already agreed upon. We've already agreed upon how these regional seats and such would go. So we can't keep going back and bringing it back up. And maybe we need a list of things we've already agreed upon because it's gone back and forth so many times, is my one acknowledgement. To move the conversation forward, I mean, I am happy to make a motion because we have voted on the 17. I mean, I don't think we can, I agree with Don, I don't think we can take it back to the committee. We've baked it too many times, and we were told to do 17. This was our 17 recommendation. Then we were told to do 15. This is our 15 recommendation. So at this point, the board needs to decide which of the two recommendations they would like to go. So I think that the September option is inclusive of the things we heard today. It includes the licensed healthcare organization and it includes the third at large seat. So that, you know, those are two of the areas I've definitely heard as need or desire to bring back for a more diverse board. So I would make the motion, if it's a motion you're looking for the September recommendation.
Is it, yeah, Don, would you like to have a motion right now?
I think we should do it again, a straw poll of, and Ludmilla, I think we've learned the quickest way to do this is to have the hands up and hands down on Zoom, because that way you can actually see what people are saying. So I think what I heard Jenny Lynn say is 17 per September would be hands up, and then I guess delay the discussion on the 17 until our next meeting, or a separate board meeting, or whatever we're going to do would be the alternative, as I understand it. Kind of Supervisor Corsi's preference, if I'm understanding things correctly.
Can you restate the alternative, Don? I didn't quite understand.
The way I see it, Plan A, Jenny Lynn's recommendation is approve the September, what's before us from September. Plan B would be to not approve it and bring it back to the board for discussion at a next meeting or some other meeting. I mean, there's other alternatives. We could deal with specific changes to the 17 if we wanted, so I don't want to rule that out, but that's as I understand the two options that are before us.
Okay, and Kevin, is your hand up to vote, or are you just still have another question?
No question. So what is the impact of voting for 17 today? If 17 passes, do we have the election with the revised seats if the whole thing passes at our next meeting? Or do we not have an election this year?
I will get to the election timing at the very end, Kevin. I think we can do it in December. I think it depends in part on concluding the work that we need to get done today, and the committee's ability to do a little bit of further work and then bringing it back to the board in November. It will not give you much time to review the document as a whole. We would, but we can at least get the charter specific, I'm sorry, the election specific changes approved in November. It's going to be a little more comfortable. Although I've wanted to do December, it's getting a little more comfortable for me to put it off till no later than February or so. But we could do it in December if we wanted to. If we make decisions today on all the matters, or most of the matters that are before us.
What's our required election date?
The charter says that we have to have an election by the end of this year. We, I believe, have the authority to waive that requirement and delay the election until, you know, we just do a charter amendment that says we're delaying the 2021 election until spring 2022 or whatever we wanted to pick.
Well, before showing hands, I would rather have somebody else weighed in on consequences as they felt them having, you know, about the elections and different parties on here. I'd like more input before, but that's the chair's call.
Yeah, we're running out of time here. We have a number of other action items we need to get to. So I'm happy to, Don, do your straw poll for the 17 as you laid out. And then I think we do need to close actually committee updates and move on. We're an hour over already, and we have a number of other things that we need action items on. So some of this stuff is going to have to be done at the next meeting. But Don, if you want to wrap this portion up now, let's go for it.
So I guess we need to honor the two options that are out there. And so maybe a raise of hands if you want to keep the September proposal for 17. Let's put the hands up. And hold on one second. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 12 by my count. I can't see everybody, but what's okay?
Yeah, I'm counting 12.
Okay, so let's put hands down. I know for the record, if you want to raise hands for bringing it back for further discussion, I think that's the alternative. So that's Angela, and I don't know how many other hands are up.
Just that one so far.
Okay.
All right. So I think that gives us some clear direction then, Don, and I'd like to move on to public comment on this item before we close committee updates.
I'm not seeing any hands.
All right.
Oh, now I do see a hand.
Okay.
Don, can you take your screen down?
I'm sorry.
From?
All right, Eddie, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you.
Hi, thank you. And thanks for giving me a second. I'm on a train. I'll be sort of quiet as much as I can. So if you can hear me, I hope. I just think that there should be more lived experience seats and that's it. And like a lot more, you know, I mean, because it's about funding for them. So for homeless people. So I just don't understand how there's such a limited amount of them. And then that's all I have to say on this. I'm sorry, but there needs to be more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ben, I would like to go through at least the election related changes that we need.
Don, we've got another hand up for public comment.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Next, we have Jerry. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you.
Thank you. This is Jerry Lundberg. I'm a member of the Charter Committee. I'd like to draw the board's attention to the memo that I wrote you all this morning, where I articulated my thoughts on what you're doing with what's being done with the charter. And I'm doing that to make the record, because I think there are some serious issues that we're moving right past. And this 15 versus 17 conversation that we're having this time is in large part because the board last time simply made a choice rather than deferring another 4 weeks to get input from anybody. So now we're doing what Don said, is we're going backwards, but differently than what he said. So please read the memo that I wrote. In the interest of time, I won't explain it to you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it for public comment?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Don, we're over an hour and we have other action items. So if there's time at the end during board question and comment, you can bring back up more charter related items. But for now, we do need to move on. I'm sorry.
Saying we probably won't make the December election then, or that's at least at high risk.
Yes, I agree. And the committee's laid out that the goal is to then have the election during the first quarter of 2022 as in recognition that this was going to be a challenge. We're going to move on to agenda item number 4, which is board direction on the 2022 consolidated notice of funding availability. This is an action item with recusals. I believe the recusal process staff can walk us through it, but service providers that are funded by the current NOFA do need to recuse themselves. Is that right?
That would be correct. Yeah, since we're not making funding, or you're not making funding decisions today, but there could be a possible small reduction in funds for providers. So I think to be on the safe side, it would be anybody receiving funds.
Thank you. Jenny-Lynn, are you asking a question or are you raising your hand as someone that needs to be recused? Cool, thank you. So if you can raise your virtual hand and we'll move you.
I'm sorry, funding for what? Just funding?
So Lisa, sorry, before we get into it, this is for, it's not the continuum of care funding. It's what we've always called the annual NOFA that has been kind of stable funding the last couple of years. But a few years ago, I'll walk the committee through when it was the home Sonoma County, when there were like 70 applications. And then before that, it used to be the CD committee. Remember those days? So you would be included.
Yeah, I'm raising my hand. Thank you. Curious.
Thank you. And we will need an interim chair to facilitate discussion and vote. Do we have a volunteer for that? Please.
I'll volunteer if no one else wants to.
Thanks, Don. Okay, so Don is your interim chair, and I think we still have quorum with everyone moved.
Okay, so do we have a staff presentation?
Yes, Michael
we have
is
a memo here we can pull up, which is in your packets, but I'm just, for simplicity's sake, I'm going to walk through this and then call on Chuck to jump in with anything he wants to add, and then Dave as well. Dave helped craft between the three of us.
I'm just going to ask you to be really brief and presume people read the memo and focus on the options, if you would.
Sure. I was just letting you know who was involved in the staff. Sorry, it's me, Dave, and Chuck. So, so just a little background. I know you read. I'm assuming everybody read the memo, but if we just look at the first page, this is to differentiate from the continuum of care funds that come in to the COC at times. This is what we've called the annual NOFA process, and apologies for the background there. And this is included, it would include for next year, the HAP Homeless Housing Assistance Program, around 3 funds. So again, at one time, we had, under 2 million a year that came through this process, and that greatly increased with HEAP, as Don and others will remember who were on the board, the Homeless Sonoma County at that time, up to over 16 million in that funding cycle. In the past 2 years, we've seen contractions with less state funding coming in, where there was a 30% cut one year, and then more flat funding last year with the ESGCV. So we can scroll down or to the next page, Leah, and I just want to show the options. Today, we're just looking for direction on, essentially how we should roll the NOFA out this year. So we have an estimated right now about $6 million in funding coming in. And we have about $4.98 million in projects. Chuck, do you want to say anything there? Just in terms of the existing projects?
I have nothing to add to that with the existing. No, I have nothing to add with the existing projects.
So there are 3 possible scenarios here, or options. We could do, or the board could so choose to direct staff to do a new start for all projects. So that includes all of the 30-some projects that were funded last year under the local NOFA. Obviously, that would be a bigger lift in terms of how many applications might come in, be it new or renewal. But as staff and Dave, we all talked more. The other 2 options we wanted to look at, really having a home key project priority, which set aside in the second option, you could set aside about 1 million of the new HAP 3 funding that's coming in from the COC, not counting the county side. That could go out to fund new home key projects. We know there are a number of those coming out. And option 3 is what we landed on as an initial recommendation, would actually create another close to $500,000 for home key projects. And these are operations for the home key projects that are going in that will be key. And that would be able to fund existing projects at roughly 90% of today's reserve and level, keeping them almost level for the next year. Dave, did you want to add anything there? You and I had talked quite extensively on this one.
I just really appreciate the board's consideration of something that emphasizes Project Home Key. Yesterday, the Board of Supervisors approved kind of their side of the match, which is roughly 1.1 million in the county HAP money, HAP 3. So it's important to a funding framework that, again, really is a game changer if we can get as many beds as possible for Project Home Key. But it's important that the COC think in that way too. So again, I apologize for the pressure, but and you guys are an independent body, so you can make up your minds, but this is how we presented it as staff.
And we plan to come back with, obviously more firm numbers. We still have some more, analyzing in terms of, any other funds that may come in. For instance, we've identified around a couple $100,000 in unspent HAP 2 funds that could be thrown into the mix next year. And we're still waiting on some additional savings that could come in from ESGCV funds that might, be left over in the first quarter. So there's a lot of this is a very conservative initial estimate.
Thank you. Bill?
And Michael, maybe you just answered my question, which is I was trying to figure out what happens with the 90% funding. How did you come up with that amount and what are the implications? And then now my question is, did you just describe that you expect savings that would come in and backfill that?
It could, or those savings might be able to go into other new projects. That just presumes, kind of an across the board 10% reduction of projects.
So what are the implications of the 10% reduction across all the programs? That doesn't sound good.
I think the implications are these programs are still funded at a far higher level than they were back before 2018. And we all knew that with higher amounts, one-time funds that came in over 12 million, things were going to reduce at some point. But that is one option that, programs would still be able to operate, and it would incentivize and create some new funds for innovation, which I think when we're talking about HAP 3, the state will be looking for innovation and not simply rolling funds over, all funds over. And innovation could be capital, it could be operations, et cetera.
I'm sorry, you just described that the projects all understood that their current budgets would be reduced, and so they planned for this.
We've encouraged, yeah, I think, to know that it's always going to be challenging to keep those levels, at that level infinitely. And Chuck might want to add something there.
We have been discussing the potential of reductions from our typical sources used in the system of care. I've been messaging many providers about that. So that is, there's no guarantee that we're going to keep the elevated levels that we have. So I just think as, out of caution, I think people should be planning for the potential that the dollars could be less each year. They've been less by 30% each year since HEAP came in. And while been able to minimize those cuts as much as possible and allow redistribution among projects, and where providers have eliminated some of their own projects, we haven't seen a full 30% each year, but it's always on the table that could be a possibility, and we've been concerned about that since the first year.
Kevin, then Ludmilla.
Thanks. So like Bill, I'm hearing you say that you think there's other funding that might arrive and be gleaned from other projects, whatever. And so my thought is, well, why not keep the 100% now and let the innovation and other home key, flip the way you're doing it rather than set up the funds for home key and innovation now. Why not let the surplus or new hit that?
It's a great question. I think we don't know that for sure. I think that's the question. It might not be enough. And I think that I'll defer to Dave on this because he's put a lot more work into some of the operational aspects, but we've estimated it needs at least around 1.1 million to hit, some of the baseline needs for home key. And this is one of the few funding streams that's, I can guarantee when it comes up, when the application comes out in the next few months, home key will be a big priority in it.
Ludmilla, then Supervisor Corsi.
Thank you. This is a very difficult decision to make without an adequate strategic plan in front of us. And and yes, I am on the committee, so yes, I do have something to do with that. Okay, that being said, okay, so remind me, what is the time that this NOFA needs to be released?
We really,
I can take that.
oh, go ahead, Chuck. Yeah, that's true.
So from the way the rollout has been typically is we release the NOFA materials in December with a mid to late December return on applications. With that, the processing of the applications, determining eligibility, writing staff reports, and so on takes about a month or more, month and a half, depending on how many applications. For the year that we had HEAP came in, we had about 70 some applications, and it takes us some time. So in order to get the final recommendation or our staff reports back to you for final recommendations on funding, we need those applications back by mid to late January, and I need to release that in December.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to say I barely have the eyeball width or whatever to just kind of read through this right now. There's so many other things we are addressing in this particular meeting, as well as in the COC as a whole. So that being said, I'm going to make it worse. Don't worry, Don. I really love you. I'm not going to. I'm just going to ask. Okay, I'm just going to say this. My preference, and there's a question in there somewhere, is why do we need to do this all as one clump together NOFA that has all the different funding streams all together? In some ways of thinking, I would almost like to look at the different funding streams kind of separately because they have different requirements and have them have different timing. I realize that there's probably about at least probably a dozen people hating me right now because they're going, oh my God, this would be so much crazy work that needs to be done to get that accurately figured out. But I think that we've kind of cornered ourselves into some very, very difficult and way long discussions at numerous points throughout the year because we're kind of clumping in different funding streams into trying to put them in buckets and have requirements that don't necessarily apply, but then somehow do apply. And it gets complicated because we've got like apples and oranges kind of mixed in together. Anyway, so I'm gonna say, I'm wondering about the wisdom of having everything be in kind of one bucket of the NOFA thing. Okay. Then moving on from that, because I know we're not going to resolve that here. I just want to say on this procedure, on this number 3 option of looking at a 10% reduction, it would be my understanding that that would just be a 10% reduction of the automatic allocation, or it's my guess that it would be a 10% reduction of the automatic allocation, and that those agencies could all apply for that 10%. So it might go back into some of those agencies that have been reduced. Is that correct?
I'm going to answer that one, then pivot to Chuck because he wanted to jump in. But just in terms of that, it might actually want to just refer you to option 1. That would be basically reserving some for new funds and then everybody applying for their own funds again at no reduction. Whereas in the third one, it would be just kind of an automatic reduction from existing contracts to free up more funds for HomeKey.
A reduction to the existing contracts, but that same, like that agency, whoever they were, could apply for something
HomeKey oriented, it could be
new, whatever is being allowed for by this. Sorry, yeah. Okay. That's all my questions right now. Thank you.
Supervisor Corsi, then Dave.
Yeah, thank you. Ludmilla, you are absolutely right. This is hard to do without a strategic plan, but that plan is coming. And I am just going to advocate here for the staff's recommendation. And, they're recommending option 3. I would also be okay with option 1, but I want to point out that there are $200 million in capital and operating costs for Project HomeKey are going to be available in the Bay Area. And staff has come up with a plan to help cities apply for HomeKey capital funds and to provide the operating costs for those projects and county HomeKey projects, future county HomeKey projects for the next 7 years. It depends on one action that the Board of Supervisors took yesterday, which was to take $1.1 million of our devoted HHAP money and combine it with $1.1 million of the Continuum of Care's HHAP funding for this year. It's about a quarter of each pot of money. So we've got more left, but this is a well thought out plan by the staff. It supports county and city efforts to put people in permanent supportive housing. And I'm just really urging my colleagues here to support what the staff is asking us to do right here.
Dave, you had your hand up, or you're good for now?
I always appreciate Ludmilla's comments and thoughts, but we don't have the capacity to do multiple NOFAs, which is why we group them into one. But thanks for the thoughts there.
And I'd like to offer my thoughts on this. And I very much appreciate and said during the board meeting yesterday, the Board of Supervisors, the integration of funding from different sources to make Project HomeKey possible. And one of the reasons that's such a grand opportunity is because it comes with significant state leverage. So for every dollar the COC puts in, there's dollars coming from the county side on the HAP dollars, as well as Measure O dollars, as well as state funding for Project Homekey, and we'll never get a better deal than that. But my preference would actually be to just continue funding for all existing projects. My backup preference would be Supervisor Corsi's selection of number 3. And my rationale is this: we don't have any data to tell us what decisions would be good or bad. We don't know anything about the effectiveness of the programs. We don't know how one provider is doing compared to another. We don't know how much we ought to be putting into outreach versus shelter versus rapid rehousing versus permanent supportive housing. And it comes, it's part of what I wanted to talk about, the data evaluation piece earlier today. We're flying blind, and we have to me, there's no reason from a data perspective to do one thing or another. I would rather roll the money over, forget the NOFA, and put the staff time and board time that might go into that effort into figuring out how to collect and use data to help us make better funding decisions and system design decisions as well. So that's my preference. My second choice would be, okay, create the $500,000 pot, because that's a lot less work than creating a $5 million pot, but I still think we're better off figuring out how to improve the use of data to make funding decisions than anything else any of the other options presented here. So we'll go to Kelly.
Thank you. I just wanted to express my support for option 2 or 3, and I'm sort of leaning towards option 2. And I mean, I like option 3 in that it allows for innovation, but I have concerns around sustaining that innovation when we're looking at cutting our existing programs. And I see opportunities for innovation happening in other areas. For example, the county's NOFA for indoor outdoor shelter and safe parking, innovation that's coming out of Homekey, and then also even the city of Santa Rosa's safe parking program. So those are my thoughts on the options. Would support 2 or 3, but leaning towards option 2. Thank you.
Does option 2 essentially rolling over the existing funding and then putting the rest of the money into a NOFA with prioritizes Homekey? Is that right, Dave?
Option 2 is rolling over the existing funding.
Yeah. Chuck, do you want to add
at the same level, right?
Chuck, do you want to add anything there? Just in terms of the.
No. But no, I don't have it right there.
Okay.
So Bill, your hand up first, and then Supervisor Corsi.
So is the difference between 2 and 3 creating an opportunity to RFP for a new innovation, whereas the number 2 is a status quo plus Homekey?
That's
correct.
Right. Yeah.
Supervisor Corsi? You're muted, sir.
I just wanted to ask staff if putting the Project Homekey potential money, putting that into a NOFA, does that timeline jeopardize the proposal that you put forward yesterday that would gain us matching funds from the state to make this a 7-year funding plan for operation of Homekey projects?
Good question, but as long as it all went to projects that were approved within the 230 bed model, it would be fine. It's a little convoluted, but it does allow, the reason we propose option 2 is it does allow some level of competition for some of those funds, but as long as they all fall into the same pot, it works.
And these dollars would be available after July 30th in the HAP 3 round, or June 30th, sorry.
So just to clarify, or Supervisor Corsi, your hand's still up, so I'm not sure if the question, you're good? Okay. So Dave, just to clarify number 2, if I might, the money that goes into the Homekey NOFA, so essentially if the Homekey project successfully is approved by the state, then they sort of go first in line, and then another project might go second in line for the Homekey projects, and then anything that's left over would be available through a NOFA process. Is that, am I understanding you correctly there?
Yeah, generally.
Okay.
So like I said, I think option 2 is just a more choice and more competition to a process that's fairly locked down. It's not my favorite.
What's your favorite?
Actually, Don, your suggestion made a lot of sense. If we felt like, hey, let's have a rebuilding year on our data and analysis presentation, that makes a lot of sense, and certainly allows the staff to focus on that versus to do a new NOFA.
That was not a setup, by the way.
It was not.
Stephen, you had your hand up and then pulled it down. I want to make sure you have the opportunity to weigh in if you so choose.
No, I think I think I'm good for right now. Thank you, though.
Ludmilla?
Okay, so, you know, when we're talking about, you know, theoretical new projects and various other, what comes to mind is, okay, well, what is it that we're talking about? Okay, so what I am seeing, you know, the data that I've gotten in the last year of being involved in this and stuff like that, you know, that the things that are coming up that kind of haven't been adequately funded, that I see needing to be funded somehow at some point, that we need to have some space for funding them, are safe parking arrangements of some kind. I would love to see like a mentoring buddy program, assistance with kind of a spectrum of things that aren't exactly housing. How can the person get help with those? Might be some case management, but that's kind of a little bit of a different category. And that isn't something that would cost a lot of money, but it would someplace. I would like to see some support for private home land owners and homeowners with navigating permit and safety division, as far as being able to provide space, like, you know, in some kind of controlled way on their land for kind of known small communities of people, or somewhere that they're able to have people who would otherwise be homeless, you know, and have that be a process that can be done where the private homeowner is getting some support. I'm not sure how to fund that. No idea at this point. This is just a back of the envelope, so to speak, sketch. I would love a bit more support for, or maybe a lot more for, addiction recovery of some kind. And one thing I see realize that piece of the puzzle is kind of work trade, kind of job things, some kind of maybe volunteer stipended kind of things, so that people who have been disassociated from society can be contributing in some way to the communities and society. Okay, and education support. I mean, this is I'm actually talking with people at a junior college about having a program that would support people coming out of homelessness, perhaps in the adult school, as far as a set of classes that we done. What kind of support might be needed for that? I realize that the college is getting funding from another source through the state and stuff like that. So I'm just saying, from the top of my head, those are some of the things that I am seeing. I'm probably missing something. Somebody else knows out there, but you know, as far as it's hard to call this concrete, but you know, what is in kind of in a meaningful program way, these are some things that I'm seeing that are going to really help with this whole puzzle, putting it together as far as resolving homelessness. Okay, and I'm not, you know, I mean, we already talked about rapid rehousing and permanent housing and shelters, and you know, those are already huge parts of the conversation. Okay, so but I'm saying, so I'm not sure what kind of funding is going to be needed, would be needed for these kind of things over the next year, you know, as we get our strategic plan together, find out where the gaps are, which are going to be in some of these areas and more. But I hope that gives you an idea. I know maybe I'm talking pretty fast here, but I know I'm talking pretty fast. So I'm just thinking, you know, on a theoretical level here.
Ludmilla, could you please wrap it up? We're trying to keep things moving.
I'm done.
Thank
Except for that, yeah.
That was a good wrap up. Thank you. Okay, so I think we have 4 options on the table, and I'm going to put the 4th one that I suggested of roll. I think it's very similar to number 2, but and Dave, maybe you can tell me, roll over the existing projects and essentially dedicate the 1 million to home key, and if there's additional funds, then we'll figure out a process for those additional funds at that point. And then dedicate the staff time and maybe board time if necessary to figure out how we can use data to make more informed funding decisions going forward. So what I'd like to suggest we do is something we've done in the charter committee to help when we have a range of possibilities is let's get a show of hands on preference between option 1, 2, 3, and 4. That'll help us eliminate. Maybe it'll be a clear majority winner, so we can be done. Or it will eliminate a couple of options and allow us to narrow our focus to those that we can actually have a final vote on. So,
John, do you want to take public comment before we do?
Oh, thank you so much for reminding me. Yes, that sounds like absolutely. So
We do have a commenter. Is 2 minutes good, Don?
Please.
Okay. Jerry, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you.
Thank you. I appreciate the ability to participate. I also probably should say I took vacation time, so all of my comments today are my personal comments and don't represent anyone else but me because I'm on my own time. One thing in terms of the NOFA and what you're being presented with as a board speaks to my long-term goal of good transparency and that Mr. Schwartz is promoting, which is this whole concept that we have to have performance data on an ongoing basis so that when these sorts of things come back to you as a board, you have some idea about the value of what's being produced by what you're currently funded. I don't see that level of information by provider provided to you as a board. So it's hard for you as board members to make thoroughly informed decisions. Jumping ahead to the next item just a little bit in terms of but it's related to allocating 2.2 million is the need that the Project Home Key rate should be also based on a transparency about our recent experience funding DEMA and Los Guilacos and the trailers, all those things that we've been funding. I've yet to see a thorough, decent report of what those figures are. Those kinds of things would inform us when we're making these kind of decisions. But other than that, I appreciate what you're doing and the difficulty of what you're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Gregory Fearon. I'm going to unmute you.
Thanks a lot. My name is Gregory Fearon. I can't second with any more enthusiasm Jerry, Don, Chris, and especially Ludmilla. The basics are you don't know what works. You have no data that you can use to make decisions. And you don't give yourself enough chance to try out innovative projects. My belief is that if you really evaluated things, there'd be some extra money from the savings of programs that have lost their purpose. Yeah, I'd love to have continually more money to spend on things, but I think you've got to live within your means to some degree by finding out what works and by reallocating. Small agencies like us and SAVES, we believe we're doing a better job and we'd love to be able to show you. But you don't give us or yourself any real way to evaluate fairly complex issues about what does work for an individual, especially when we're working all together. And it's hard to judge whether or not what we do or what anybody else does gets people into permanent housing. We contend that getting people from the street directly into permanent housing is a lot cheaper than keeping them somewhere and spending a whole lot of time, most of which might be helpful, but it's really not very measurable. The last thing I want to say to Don and others is your big brother funding that's coming down the pike, ARPA, I can tell you, having served on the committee that's going to come out with our recommendations tomorrow afternoon, there's going to be a very intense demand for evaluation, for being able to figure out what works, using a lot more staff and a lot more money. I'm hoping, because I did make the recommendation, that their money and your money be looked at as a collective. So I'm hoping that we can actually do some good evaluation in the future on their projects and yours.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands.
So if the board is comfortable, I'd like to proceed as I suggested, but if there's further discussion after public comment, let's do that. Okay, so we have the three options laid out in the staff report, and we have a fourth one, which is to roll over the projects and then roll over the money to the projects and focus on the data analysis part and presume that the 1.1 million for home key is going to go to home key and then revisit that if that ends up not being the case. That's the fourth option. So if we could do a raise your hand if you prefer option one. Everybody gets one vote, only one vote.
John, is this a straw poll or is
This, what I'm trying to do is get, right, we've got four options here. I'm not sure we're going to get a majority on any of them. So I'm saying if we get a majority on one, great, that's what we go with.
Let's try that. I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, please, feel free.
I'd like to move option 4.
Kevin,
Kevin seconds.
any further discussion?
Dawn, I'm sorry, can you just clarify option 4 again? Thank you.
I will, and Dave, please correct me if I get this wrong, but option 4 is to roll over all the current contracts at the 4.98 million level in the staff report to focus the remaining funding on Project Home Key. If the Project Home Key projects don't require that funding, to bring it back at a later date to the board for decisions on how we allocate those funds. And fourth part, which is maybe the most important, is we use staff time and board members' interest. We'll have to figure out how that works to focus on figuring out how to use data to make effective decisions. That's option 4. We have a motion and a second. Are we ready to go? Okay, so Leah, if you could take us through.
Yep. All right. Option 4 on the NOFA. Kelly Kuykendall.
Approve.
Thank you. Kevin McDonald.
Approve.
Chris Coursey.
Yes.
Angela Struckman.
Approve.
Bill Carter.
Approve.
Ludmilla Babe.
Abstaining just because
Okay.
Yeah.
Cheyenne McConnell. Approve. Thank you. Elena Wall.
Approve.
Don Schwartz.
Approve.
Stephen Sotomayor.
Approve.
All right, that passes.
Thank you.
We
Okay,
move everyone back now?
so I think so for supportive services funding framework for Project Home Key. I think we move everybody back. I don't know that we have to recuse anybody on this, but
That's correct. That's how we have it in the agenda.
we're
So,
not voting for specific projects.
right.
So go ahead and raise your hand if you're an attendee and you should be moved back.
All right, thank you, Don, for shepherding us through that process, and to everybody for all the wonderful comments being made in discussion. We'll move on now to agenda item number 5, which is the supportive services funding framework for Project Home Key 2 and 3. And this is an action item, and Dave Kiff and Michael Gauss will lead this item.
Well, I can start, and the group before, just a few minutes ago, discussed this in part, and basically it's a funding framework that the Board of Supervisors also approved yesterday. And I'm asking the COC board to generally approve it. In effect, what you're saying is the funds that would be under your control, in this case, HAP 3, would 1.1 million of those would go towards a future allocation, but to Project Home Key 2 projects. So it's as simple as that. It's a framework. It doesn't actually budget them to specific projects. It just says this is the intent of the board to reserve those funds for that purpose. Happy to take any questions.
Yes, Supervisor Coursey.
Dave, I was just going to suggest that you talk about how the allocation of funds on our end creates a situation where we can get get 7 years of operating funding out of this.
Thank you, Supervisor. Certainly. What the state does is the state says that if the locality is able to fund, for example, 4 years worth of operations, that the state will provide funding for 3 years of operations. It's not that pure because the state funds less than probably what our local costs will be, but it's certainly an important contribution to this overall 7-year plan for funding supportive services. And these funds would go, so the local funds combine with the state funds to build this 7-year plan. And the funds would go to any entity that's operating a qualifying home key facility, including in cities and including the county facilities in the unincorporated area.
Thank you, Dave. Any other board questions? All right. And Dave, just to clarify, I think you're asking for up to 1.1 million, and it could be less than that if the state approves fewer home key rooms or doors in our county.
That's correct, Ben. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there's no other board questions, we'll go to public comment.
We do have some hands. Jerry, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you.
Yes, thank you. I have two specific questions. One being, can we get detailed budget reports from the performance of the last 16 months? And two, will for-profit organizations be eligible to apply for these funds? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Gregory Fearon. Gregory, you're unmuted.
Thank you. Next to the emergency housing vouchers, this is the most exciting thing you guys have done and that you have on your plate. And actually, by blending the two, it makes it more than the sum of the parts. So please approve this.
Thank you. All right. No additional hands.
All right. Thank you, everybody. So I believe we're looking for a motion to just, oh, I'm sorry, Jenny Lynn, did you have a question before we entertain the motion?
Yeah, one of the questions, I just wanted to understand how, and it's probably not quite there yet, but how did we determine how much support services would be needed for certain home key projects? And interested to kind of see if that was built off the existing scope of supportive services that have been happening, or if this is just kind of a ballpark number to set aside.
Jenny Lynn, it's a good question, and it's generally a ballpark. We're seeing projects come in with proposals that are permanent supportive housing, which have a smaller operational cost per day, and then active interim uses, which would involve a higher cost per day. It also has a direct effect based on the size of the project itself. So a smaller project may be more costly just because you don't have as many economies of scale.
Great, thank you.
All right, and so Dave, I believe you're looking for a motion to approve the framework of allocating up to $1.1 million in HAP 3 funds for Project Home Key support services. Is that generally correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Kevin, did you have a question before we entertain that motion?
I'm entertaining as heck. I'd really like to make that motion.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
I'll take Supervisor Corsi's second on that one. Any further board discussion on this item? Not seeing any. I think we can move to roll call.
Great. Approving the framework. Ben Leroy.
Approve.
Jenny Lynn Holmes.
Approve.
Kelly Kuykendall.
Approve.
Kevin McDonald.
Approve.
Chris Corsi.
Yes.
Chuck Fernandez.
Approve.
Angela Struckman.
Approve.
Bill Carter.
Approve.
Margaret Slike.
Approve.
Ludmilla Babe.
Approve.
Cheyenne McConnell.
Approve.
Elena Wall.
Approve.
Don Schwartz.
Yes.
Stephen Sotomayor.
Approve.
Lisa Fatu.
Approve.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you, everyone. It's very exciting. We'll move on to agenda item number 6, which is our staff report. We have a couple of items that Dave and Michael are going to update us on.
These are relatively brief. We're not asking for a specific action. One is just to make you aware of the responses that the county board the Board of Supervisors will receive in December for the safe parking NOFA. Those are in your agenda item. And just know that we do intend to come back to your board for consultation per the county administrative officer's promise to involve the COC board in some of these decisions. And again, it's a consultation for your November meeting. Happy to take any questions on that if you'd like. Otherwise, I'd move to the next one.
Not seeing any questions.
And then the next item, again, I want to be respectful of public comment too, is it's just a summary of the LEAB and Youth Advisory Board stipend proposals that we submitted to the Community Foundation of Sonoma County. We were very happy to have SAVES as a partner in that. They'll be the funding intermediary to help us distribute these gift cards, and the staff report details the amount of stipends per meeting per person. So 1-year proposal. We're hopeful that it will get off the ground and secure other funding, or and we'll continue to live on beyond that. Happy to take any questions about that as well.
Yes, Ludmilla.
I just want to say again, thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it. And so do the others that impacted.
Thanks, Ludmilla. And then Dave, you have a couple more?
I can take the next one here. I actually have one other thing just as a quick update too. But just in terms of the ESGCV, we had originally had this on as action, but that subcommittee or ad hoc met, and just two small updates. After going through things again, there's about $50,000 needs to be reallocated at some point out of that ESGCV bucket. The other important thing is there's still close to $400,000 for a SAVES project that I think we'll be discussing next month because they're still working on that. We're hopeful they are able to secure a site. That was, I think, the one thing the board had mentioned before. That'll come back in November with an update. And that's the ESGCV county side. And one thing not on here that it came out last night, I wanted to make folks aware of. What's called the Encampment Resolution Fund is going to be released on Friday by state BCSH, Business Consumer Services Housing Agency, and that's $47 million for jurisdictions to have pilot projects or demonstrations for addressing encampments. So that will be eligible for county, city, COC, et cetera. I think the baseline is 50 people in an encampment, but we'll know more on Friday. It's I'll have somebody send it out tomorrow. It's a 9:30 a.m. Call on Friday morning, and then the application will be out with a due date sometime in December.
Yes, Lisa, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. Michael, the $50,000 that needs to be allocated is for what? Did somebody give back some of their funding, or?
One of the projects was not eligible, and then we had to do a little adjusting over the overall amounts. So there was about 50,000 left. That for now. I mean, there could be things that aren't spent that may need to be reallocated.
And then the funding that you just spoke about for encampments and stuff, do you know what regulations those ones will be under, or you're going to be learning more about those?
We'll know more on Friday. I'll be on the call with the state, but it's a demonstration program. So they're really looking for innovative and promising practices in addressing and supporting people in encampments, find pathway to housing. So my gut feeling is it will be less restrictive than usual.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Was that all of your staff updates, Michael?
Sure thing. Yeah.
All right. So let's move on to public comment. If anyone from the public would like to comment on any of the staff report items, please raise your hand and staff will unmute you and alert you when it's your turn to speak.
Not seeing any hands.
All right. In that case, we're going to move on to our emergency agenda edition that Don suggested, which I believe, Don, you said it was also ESGCV, but it had to do with a SAVES project and potential site for it in Sebastopol. Would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, probably not fully informed on this, but let me tell you what I know, and then Dave or somebody from Saves can correct me. So I got a call from the mayor of Sebastopol yesterday, and my understanding is that the Saves project has not nailed down a site yet. And Sebastopol has one that is very promising and likely to be available for the project. That's first part. My second part is, I believe that we required as a condition of the funding that they would have site control, meaning a signed lease or control over a site by November 2nd, I think it was, early next week at least. And if they didn't have that, then they would forfeit the funding. The third piece, which I do recall for sure, is we said by December 3rd, Saves had to have permission, if you will, permits or whatever it would take from a city from a location at the city, county, whoever it was, to operate. And then the site would become active on January 1st and run through September of next year. So if Saves is having trouble finding a site, Sebastopol seems at least very interested in hosting them, but they can't get the city council actions necessarily taken by the November 2nd deadline that we have set next week. So if all of those facts are correct, my suggestion would be that we would approve extending the deadline for site control and for the permits until after the first city council meeting for the city of Sebastopol in December, because then they could take the necessary actions. I believe, let's say it's December 8th would be our deadline for both site control and any city permissions required. Therefore, giving that project, keeping that project alive and putting it in a place where the community seems to be very interested in having it. So that's what I know.
Thank you, Don. Just from a process perspective, I believe we had recusals when discussing ESGCV when that was done. I don't know if we need to, Leah, if we want to take an action here on this emergency item, have similar recusals, or if we can take that action with the full board.
I think since the funding's already awarded, I would imagine no, but that's just my gut feeling.
Okay, good. Just wanted to check in, make sure we were following appropriate process. Any other board questions or comments on what Don brought forth?
Just Ben, I noticed it saves somebody, presumably Adrian has her hand up and she can correct or confirm what my understanding before we take action.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not seeing any board hands, so we'll move on to public comment.
All right, Saves, you should be able to talk.
All right, I think Gregory Farron may also be here. This is Adrian Lobby. Yes, there's a special meeting of the Sebastopol City Council tonight with the one agenda item to go forward with this project. They have located a lot. We've given them a proposal. Initial discussions with their staff. We haven't run into any log jams that we can't work around as of yet. So we're feeling really positive about this. We think they will approve a letter to you tonight. You know, you never know. It's a city council. But we're hoping that they'll approve a letter to you saying, hey, we're on board with this. The final will be the November 16th meeting is their next official meeting after this. And that's when it will come back to the board for a total, for complete approval. So we're feeling really positive. I think it's going to happen. They ask if the money could be extended over the course of a year. Right now, we're supposed to spend it in 9 months, according to the deadlines. So if I'd be very helpful to have that information come back to us. I think that's all. I appreciate Don for suggesting an extension. That'll just reduce a lot of stress from a lot of people.
Thank you. That's all the hands I see over here.
Sure. And before we take more board questions, Michael, could you maybe address the ESGCV spend down timeline for Saves?
Yeah, so it still has to be September 30th, 2022. By all ESGCV funds must be expended. And 80% of funds are supposed to be expended by March 2022. I think there could be flexibility there, but we're doing pretty good on expenditures so far. But that September 30th, even though a lot of us have advocated very strongly to extend it. And I did with in a letter to the OIG, along with others. There's been no indication yet that they're going to extend it.
Okay, thank you, Michael. For now, still September 30th deadline. Kevin.
Yeah, I'm not recollecting some of the conversation at the last on this previously. Is there anybody else who falls into this? Do we screen out for anybody that didn't fall into this? Is there
Don't
anybody
believe so.
date challenged?
There were some funds that went to West County Community Services for a similar kind of sanitary project in Sebastopol. So,
But no one else was screened out for, okay, thank you.
Lisa?
Just a clarifying point that Adrian brought up, and Michael, hopefully you can answer. I thought that the funding that was awarded while they await a site needed to be spent out by March, and only a portion of that could roll over to the remaining nine months. So
it's 80% of the total fund. So there's been quite a bit expended. I'm actually working on the fiscal next draw, but ideally, a lot of that should be spent by March. It would, but you know, there could be, we'd have to look at math again. There's a little risk there, but I feel okay about it given the amount of ES funds that have already been spent in particular.
And it sounds like, Michael, from what you've reported to us in the past, we're actually ahead of spending than most counties in California on this fund.
Yeah, I mean, we've done one draw, working on our next one. And so I think with this one will be probably over 50%.
Okay.
Between 50 and 60% spent, but I'll know more on Thursday.
Thanks, Michael. So then, Don, did you want to put forth the motion?
Yeah, I guess I'll put forward the motion that the board waive the requirement we set for site control for November and extend the deadline that we set for December 3rd to December 8th for SAVES to demonstrate compliance with our requirements for the ESGCV money.
Okay. Do we have a second? Is that you, Kevin, seconding?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Any further board discussion? All right, seeing no hands, we can go to roll. Oh, I'm sorry, Ludmilla, I see your hand.
I'm sorry, I hate doing that. There's a lag on when I click it. Yeah, and I just want to say, and nobody has asked me to do this, so I don't want to gum anything up, but I just yeah, it sounds like great that things are moving along. One thing I am a little bit concerned about is the permit department, because I know that sometimes even well-established people can be waiting for, they can put in the application. So I am going to say I would very much want to see the application be put in, but is there, I'm just curious, is there going to be some flexibility if the application is in, but they haven't quite gotten the thing back from the, or things are going back and forth with the permit people a little bit. I don't know if Mr. Kiff or somebody else could speak more adequately as far as how the permit department works. I don't know what their speed is. I just know that they're not always the fastest.
This one is a city site, so it would be Sebastopol's processing, so I can pass the buck to them. But I get the impression this will be taken very seriously by the city of Sebastopol.
All right, not seeing any other board hands, we can go to roll call vote.
All right, extending the deadline. Ben Leroy.
Approve.
Jenny Lynn Holmes.
Approve.
Thank you. Kelly Kuykendall. Approve. Kevin McDonald.
Approve.
Chris Corsi. Do we have Chris? No. Okay. Chuck Fernandez.
Approve.
Angela Struckman.
Approve.
Bill Carter.
Approve.
Margaret Slyke. Approve. Ludmilla Bay.
Approve.
Cheyenne McConnell.
Approve.
Elena Wall.
Approve.
Don Schwartz.
Approve.
Stephen Sotomayor.
Approve.
Lisa Fatu.
Approve.
Motion carries.
So just one thought, just on behalf of the city of Sebastopol, since I've been communicating with them, thank you. I know they appreciate it.
Thank you, Don, for bringing that forward. We've got about 12 minutes till 5. We'll do our best to get everyone out on time. The next item is word from the street, and I think Ludmilla is going to start, and then we'll be bringing in, I think, Victoria from public comment if she's there. Is that right, Ludmilla?
Thank you. Yes, there's actually two kind of updates from the street that I think are both are very important, and I don't know if. Okay, so the first one is really a report information from the basically the from the steamer's point landing down in oh, wow, I'm sorry. I'm glad we're not going to be in this meeting for another 2 hours because I'm starting to get a difficulty here. Okay. Anyways, and Victoria was down there yesterday for an event and would like to give an update on that. Then and I do want to say in the overall thing, of course, is we've had some really severe storms, and just a brief update from this is in a letter from Cheryl, and she says it's extremely hard. This is from one of the outreach workers. It's extremely hard to keep up with what is going out here, and sad. We don't know what to do half the time, and we feel buried in chaos. As long as we all stick together and fight, I know that someday there might be an answer. So anyways, so with that, I'd like to get an update from Victoria Yanez and about Steamer's Landing. And then after that, I would like to acknowledge, oh my God, oh wow, my apologies. Come on.
Ludmilla.
I'll have to make it later. Thank you. Never
I
mind.
don't see Victoria in the attendees. Is she there?
Well, let's just go to public comment and we'll see who raises their hand and would like to speak.
Okay.
Yeah. Copper Woman Sasso is the other person who is in a situation with a tiny home and has some wonderful things to share that we need to hear. But I'd like Victoria first, if that's possible.
I'm not seeing any hands. I'm not seeing Victoria. I am seeing Copper Woman, but there's no hand there, so I'm not sure they want to speak.
Sure, if
I will go ahead. Oh, there they are. Okay. All right. I have unmuted you. You should be able to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. So I am a 70-year-old woman living in a tiny home in Sebastopol, close to Occidental. And I'm here to represent a campaign that we are initiating called SAGE, Stop All Government Evictions. On August 20th, my tiny home was red tagged on the property where I live, and we were given 30 days to get permitted or move my tiny home. And at 70 years old, I'm not ready to hitch up my tiny home and take it to the streets like Coffee Lane, where there's a whole line full of RVs. And so we are starting a movement to approach the Board of Supervisors asking for a moratorium on government evictions of tiny homes and yurts and other kind of housing that is allowing low-income people like myself to have a safe place to live. I have electricity, water, internet. I'm on firm ground, and I'm in a community of great people. I'm growing a garden. I'm supplying food for people. And so we are hoping to change these laws around the permitting of tiny homes and yurts and other such dwellings. We have a petition right now that if you look at the sonomaindependent.org, there's an article with a link to the petition, a video of me in my tiny home, buttons to donate. And so that's what I have to say.
Yeah, and I have that petition. Thank you so much, Copper Woman, and thank you so much for speaking. And yes, and I have a copy of that petition, and I can forward that to Carissa. And would that be all right if she then forwards it to the board? I would like you to see it. You can get a picture of what kind of structure she's looking at and a bit more about the situation that she's in, which is, it's important. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is
Thank you,
Victoria
Ludmilla.
here?
We
If
don't
not, we
see
can
her
go.
in the
Okay.
attendees.
All right. Well, thank you so much for hearing Councilwoman and for having a space for Victoria. And I really look forward to some resolutions or part resolutions. Especially going into the winter. I'm really hoping that people can get into something that is not 8 inches of rain in 5 days, so that yeah. Hopefully we can get some better options happening. I know we can get some better options.
Thank you, Ludmilla. Appreciate
you.
you bringing that forward. We'll move on to agenda item number 8, which is reviewing our agenda for the November 17th Continuum of Care Board meeting. We'll throw up a draft agenda on the screen.
I just want to say I put the HSD presentation without really confirming that with Angela because we keep bumping it. So Angela, sorry.
All right, and then
Yeah, that's
Michael,
okay. If you guys are good to go, then we are too.
And then Michael, did you mention something that you thought staff wanted to bring forward at the November meeting earlier in this meeting?
I think we may have another ESGCV update, but no, we just took care of that really because that was it was extended. So I
It was
don't
the
think,
saves. Okay.
yeah, so
Gotcha.
that took care of that one. I can't.
Sounds good.
I'd
Thanks,
have a
Michael.
brief staff report on the homeless count, but nothing else really.
That's right. We can do that within staff report. Don, do you have a suggestion?
Yeah, I've got a few suggestions. One is on ESGCV. We still have, I think, 50,000 or so to allocate. And I'd like to suggest we put that up for discussion. And not that you asked, but I think that SAY under proposed before because of misunderstanding. So maybe we could consider that one. Second one is on the Human Services Department presentation. I'm hoping that that might include the role of the public administrator guardian in addressing homelessness. For those that are really high needs that need their assistance. It's something I'd like to be enlightened about. And if they're presenting, that might be a good time. Also like to get a report. This maybe could be in writing or on the consent calendar, at least to start, but I believe we're due a report on the emergency housing vouchers for our MOU with the Housing Authority. I think that's by November, and if not, December. And then we also are going to be asked to weigh in on the board's $2 million allocation for one-time money. And so I presume that'll be on this agenda. And of course, we could spend the whole meeting talking about the charter, but let's hope not.
And Don, could you, the $2 million is just the Board of Supervisors getting our counsel on $2 million of county funds that they're controlling?
Hey, if they're asking for our opinion, I figure we'll give it to them. Yes.
Okay. And I believe, Dave, you mentioned that was coming in November. Were you planning on doing that as part of staff report or as a separate agenda item?
We'll probably do it as a separate agenda item.
All right, so let's make sure to add that when we do our agenda setting. And then Elena, did you have a suggestion?
Yes, thank you. And maybe this will be in staff report as well, but I wanted to hear about the winter shelter plans and gaps.
And just alongside that, I was curious, and if this isn't CDC, but I know some of our healthcare providers were curious about when inclement weather shelters are stood up during, atmospheric rivers and cyclone bombs, and if the temperature dips below 38 degrees, et cetera. Our healthcare partners weren't really clear on the role of who decides what is considered inclement weather and then who actually is responsible for standing up those kind of inclement weather shelters. So if that's something that CDC could address during staff report, I would personally love to hear more.
We have very limited winter shelter this year because very few providers applied for funds for it. And we have a couple options. We are working on a flyer for the few options that are going to be out there.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks. We'll appreciate hearing about that during staff report. Ludmilla?
Yeah, it looks like the charter thing might need some be an action item unless we get to everything today.
Yeah, we've been putting the committee updates as action items when the committee chairs request it.
Okay, I'll let him request that.
All right, that's all the board questions I'm seeing, so we can move to public comment on this item, which is reviewing the agenda for the November 17th COC board meeting. If anyone from the public would like to make comment, please raise your hand and staff will unmute you and alert you when it's your turn to speak.
Not seeing any hands.
All right, in that case, we'll move on to agenda item number 9, which is board member questions and comments. Yes, Kevin.
Hi, thanks. You know, actually, I just wanted to compliment Roner Park on getting their Cahoots safe system up, outreach workers up and at them. And sorry if I jumped the gun on you there, Don.
Yeah, we had the kickoff yesterday. They go live on Monday, and just for people's interest, and this is why we need to look at the front end of the system holistically, editorial comment. I think these outreach work, the Cahoots programs in 3 cities are going to have more touches with homeless folks than any other form of outreach in the county. Because half the people they touch are going to be experiencing homelessness based on historic records. And we're looking at about 3,500 calls a year. So that's like 1,700 touches a year for Roner Park and Cotati alone. So that's why we need to look at an integrated system. But thanks for the call out, Kevin.
Thank you both. That's very exciting. Margaret?
Yeah, I just wanted to recognize we put in a Project Home Key application to hopefully get the first ever shelter in North County, and fingers crossed. But I just wanted to point out that there's just such a sense of collaboration. Bernard Park stepped up and helped us, the county. Dave, thank you so much for your quick response and just working with the city of Healdsburg. And it was truly a great sense of collaboration, everyone coming together and getting it done as quick as possible. And I think others on the call who've submitted applications probably feel the same. But I just wanted to call that out. I think it was just a great county collaboration and just best practice.
Thanks, Margaret. I love it when people call out wonderful collaborations that cross, different sectors as well as different jurisdictions. So thank you for pointing that out. Lisa.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a really, really quick shout out because I know that we're running late in all of this, but county staff and all of these emergency housing vouchers that we've been working with. So Sonoma County Housing Authority and Santa Rosa Housing Authority. I know it's been bumpy along the way with so much having to get these vouchers leased up, but a lot of partnership across the board and everybody really being open and working together and doing case management together and having some active lists together. And I know it's a lot of meetings. I know my staff I can hear them in the background as I'm giving this shout out, but it's a lot of work. And I just want to say thank you to county staff that's involved that are here and everybody else that's involved across the board. We're getting people housed. 13 of our vouchers that were set aside are in process right now. And we have 8 of them leased up. And it's just great to see. And those were our homeless youth. So I just wanted to say thank you for all of this, and the vouchers are being used and the process is being used. And so thank you to everybody.
Thanks for pointing that out, Lisa. It's an exciting new opportunity, and I'm glad that we've got all the infrastructure set up now to actually get people leased up. That's the end goal. I'm not seeing any of their board hands, so I think we can move on to our last agenda item, which is public comment on non-agendized items. Anyone from the public would like to make a comment about something that was not on our agenda today, please raise your virtual hand and staff will unmute you and alert you when it's your turn to speak.
I'm not seeing any hands.
All right. Well, with that, I've got us at 5:02. So thank you, everybody. We did a great job. We packed a lot into one meeting today. I hope next meeting we won't have so many juicy action items. I know it's a lot to take in, but many thanks to staff, the board, and the public for bearing with us and getting through some really important items today. With that, we'll adjourn. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night, you guys.